Okay, we're live, but not necessarily prepared. Don't ask too much of us. Um, we're here way later than we should be. Oh wait, I didn't
We're
mute the
here
fucking
way
video.
later than
Ah,
we
no,
should.
no. I have the stream open in another tab. I'm good at my job. Don't ever question me, son.
Stalinist authoritarian.
More fool them. I'm a Maoist authoritarian.
Freedoms, I can't own slaves anymore.
But like, what's it? Um, we got a long and coming discussion on Yemen and what's been going on in Yemen. The recently, which will also tie back into the Yemenese crisis that's been going on for the past. God, it's been over a decade now, hasn't it? It's been a fucking long time. Uh, it was either
Oh, yeah.
just before or just after the Syrian war started that the crisis in Yemen began. And so
Yeah.
yeah. Oh wait, let's change the size of that. Shrink y'all a bit. Okay. Who are the Houthis and how did the US and UK strikes on Yemen come about? I have a lot of different articles set up. We're probably not going to get through all of them, but it's just article reading, general discussion kind of format is what we're going for here. This isn't as prepared as I'd like it to be. Someone has a fucking echo, and what's it? Yeah, no. I'm hoping to do a lot more covering Yemen. Yemen's been a bit of a blind spot for content on this channel. I was been meaning to cover it for a while, but like a lot of crisis in my personal life has gone in the way of it. So I'd like to do a more retrospective analysis on the actual Yemen crisis itself because it's not over. Anyone that thinks because China came and fucking like settled a deal between a colonizer and the colonized means that everything's okay, you might want to drink a bit of salt and then think about what you're thinking, because imperialist peace isn't peace. It's it's a it's a it's trying to put band-aids on a fire. It's not gonna work. Um,
Putting the fire out with a watering can, kind of thing. A forest fire.
a little water gun. Open my window. It's getting too hot in here. The US and UK have launched airstrikes on more than a dozen sites used by the Iranian backed. It's always their go to. The
Yeah.
evil Iran is
T
involved. The
word.
Houthis were gonna struggle whether Iran supported them or not. Iranian backed Houthis in Yemen, according to US officials, reliable sources. More information on the strikes can be found here. The strikes are the most significant military response to the Houthis' persistent campaign of drone and missile attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea, which began after Israel's war in Gaza broke out. Here's what we got here. Okay, now this is the Guardian talking about who the Houthis are, so do take salt in this, and once we get through this article, we'll massively break down the problems of what's going on here, and I'll likely add little comments in while we read along anyway. Who are the Houthis? The Houthis are a Yemeni militia group named after their founder Hussein Badreddin al Houthi, and representing the Zaidi branch of Shia Islam. They emerged in the 1980s in opposition to Saudi Arabia's religious influence in Yemen. I keep accidentally Fleming in Yemen. The group, which has an established 20,000 fighters and whose name is Ansar Allah, runs most of the west of the country and is in charge of its Red Sea coastline. And so we can see the Houthi territory here on the map. Oh, I'm blocking it a bit with my face. There we go. There's the Houthi territory on the map in Yemen. And as you can see, they directly border the Red Sea, and this is where they're striking attacks on merchant vessels due to well, I mean, the support for Israel from like the imperialist powers and the fact that all these people keep trading with Israel. So their response is, well, we're gonna cause you some fucking trouble. And so they've been missile firing on them ships, taking them over, all sorts of fun shit. Um, they ain't fucking around.
Yeah, it's one of the largest trading straight seas in the world. A lot of traffic going through there through the what do you call it? Fucking Suez Canal, and that whole area. It's also a lot of Somali pirates that operate in that area too. Very strategic for U.S. interests. I'd also like to point out too that the area where the Houthis control is about the same territory that the former Kingdom of Yemen used to control. So it almost overlaps entirely. So you can see even countries that existed like a century ago, there's influences still there.
Yeah. What is the group's relationship with Iran and the war in Gaza? They're just gonna staple Iran in at every moment. Wonderful. The Houthis are backed by Iran as part of its long-standing hostility with Saudi Arabia, and are supporting Hamas in the war in Gaza. Soon after the Hamas massacre on... Oh my god, fuck off. They're trying to claim the Hamas massacred Israelis, which is funny because when you actually look at it, the Israelis massacred Israelis. Most of the Israeli casualties during October the 7th was actually caused by the the Israeli armed forces that fired indiscriminately on the crowd. The Houthi leader Abdul Malik al-Houthi said his forces were, quote, ready to move in the hundreds of thousands to join the Palestinian people and confront the enemy, end quote. What has been happening in the Red Sea? The Red Sea, one of the world's most densely packed shipping canals, lies south of the Suez Canal, the most significant waterway connecting Europe to Asia and East Africa. Yemen is situated alongside the southeast coast where it meets with the Gulf of Aden. Shortly after the start of the Gaza war, the Houthis began launching missile and drone attacks at vessels in the Red Sea, most of which were intercepted by US and Israeli countermeasures. Got a little illustration. US and UK warships intercepted drones and missiles sighted by several vessels. US Navy helicopters fired on small boats attempting to board a container ship. Houthi rebels boarded the Galaxy Leader from a helicopter, seizing the ship and escorting it to Salif port. Based. The situation escalated on 19th of November when militants used the helicopter to seize a car carrier chartered by a Japanese company and linked to an Israeli businessman, abducted the crew. The Houthis said all vessels they perceived as linked to Israel or its allies would, quote, become a legitimate target for armed forces, end quote. Multiple attacks on vessels followed, mostly without success, but many shipping companies nevertheless decided to bypass the Red Sea route and divert around South Africa's Cape of Good Hope, significantly adding to journey times and cost. They're not having much success, but the fucking businesses are scared. It's like, do you want your cake or do you not want your cake? You want to eat it. It's either having an effect or it's not. The whole point of the successes isn't whether it they take vessels. They're trying to deter and make it difficult for vessels to exist. I think people don't understand how much it fucks logistics to have to take the Cape route to get to Europe. I don't know how big the Atlantic is. Like, because that's the way you're cutting. If you're going the Cape route to get to Europe, you're going all the way around. That's an expensive journey. And you're going to have to probably buy more fuel for your ship, because I doubt your ship is fueled enough to do a journey like that, unless they were prepared for it before leave. And even then, you would have probably had to have prepared a place to take harbor and refill halfway through the journey, likely at South Africa. So it just adds a lot of expenses to it. And so it's not just about being able to seize those ships, or it's about that deterrence and that difficulty it creates on the fucking the imperialist like what's it, trade routes, and the way that they access and utilize those trade routes and how expensive it becomes to use them. Think of it as like boycotting people with an RPG.
And a drunk.
Makeshift drones. If you thought IEDs was scary, here's an IED strapped to a toy helicopter. Drones have just like the US is celebrating all their use of drones, and then what was it, like 2016 onwards, the Houthis just bombing oil fields in Saudi Arabia with fucking homemade drones. How has the US responded? Praise the US. Oh, whatever the fuck we have to do. Do it. How many times do we have to do that to stop Joe Biden haunting us in our dreams? Oh shit, we're supposed to. We have to celebrate Israel too, otherwise we're done for.
You have to face the US and do it 10 times a day. Kind of like, praying to Mecca 10 times a day, but opposite.
I keep disappearing off the screen. I don't know. Not that I'm vain or anything.
No, it happens because you're turning your camera off and then back on. Like, it's the only reason you'd be disappearing.
I'm not actually. That's the weird thing.
I don't know what it's doing then.
Never mind.
There you go. I don't know why, but when it's on my main screen and I click off it, it fucking won't load the stuff still.
Yeah.
Okay. How has the U.S. responded? On the 18th of December, the U.S. announced the formation of Operation Prosperity Guardian in response to the Houthi attacks. The U.S. refrained from direct confrontation until 31st of December, when the U.S. Navy helicopters fired on a group of small boats attempting to board a container ship that had requested their protection. The deaths of 10 militants marked a new phase in the crisis. The U.S.-led Red Sea Coalition Operation Prosperity Garden. I'm going to stick with that one. U.S., Canada, U.K., Norway, Denmark, Netherlands, Greece, Bahrain, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Seychelles,
Seychelles.
And Australia. Oh, and they marked the Red Sea. Is the Red Sea a part of the coalition? Like, oh, just in case you didn't know where the Red Sea was. We've shown you like 3 times in the article, but here's another time. On 9th of January, US and British warships shot down 21 drones and missiles fired by the Houthis in what London called the largest such attack in the area. On 10th of January, Antony Blinken, they spelled Anthony wrong, lol, the U.S. Secretary of State said further attacks, I'm just being a cunt for the fun of it, could prompt Western military response. What was happening in Yemen before the Gaza war? Do you know what's funny? We're going to see if they change their tune with this, because one of the Guardian articles I have before the Israeli crisis went on is actually bastardizing the British. There's been no criticism of the British at all yet. Like, they've been promoting them as, like, great defenders of here. You wait till you see how this changes when we get on to, like, the way they covered the situation in the in the 2019. The Houthis had been gaining support around the turn of the century from Shia Yemenis, fed up with the corruption and cruelty of the longtime authoritarian president and Saudi ally, Ali Abdullah Saleh. Practically during the aftermath of 9/11, the U.S. invasion of Iraq, popular protests, and several assassination attempts forced Saleh to resign in 2012. In 2014, the Houthis allied with their former enemy, Saleh, to seize the capital, Sana'a, and overthrow the new Western-backed president, Abdrabbu Mansour Hadi. A year later, after Hadi was forced to flee, the exiled Yemeni government asked its allies in Saudi Arabia and the UAE to launch a military campaign, also backed by the West, to drive out the Houthis. A catastrophic civil war ensued that the UN estimated led to 377,000 deaths and displaced 4 million people by the end of 2021. The Houthis, in effect, won the war. What the fuck? The war hasn't been won yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit here. Like, for one thing, the UN estimate was like for literally like 5 years straight or something like that. They never updated it at all. Like, the death count was just like at a certain number. Like, the number actually is probably a million plus. Like, if I had to take an estimate of children starving to death and other such things, we don't really know the exact number. The UN estimate is just complete and utter bunk. You shouldn't even like consider it seriously. As for the ceasefire, it's like it hasn't like really like even like it's like it says ceasefire, but there's been periodic clashes. So
Yeah.
how can it be a ceasefire if there's clashes?
Well, because clashes aren't the same as an outright conflict. There's been clashes between Israel and Palestine, and no one counted that as all open war like it was in October 7th. I was expressing this, why people weren't like as outraged about the clashes that happened literally a year before when fucking Israel flattened an entire tower block, and then the fucking Hezbollah fucking attacked Israel. But like with UN estimates, they're usually pretty good because the way the UN tends to operate is they tend to rely on figures that are given from the country. The only reason that the UN estimate would be too low would be that they're not getting enough figures from Yemen, which kind of makes sense because the country's like majorly destroyed. And unlike Palestine, doesn't have as much of a tag on where everyone is and who everyone is. I guess once made Palestine's like, it's so easy to track a lot of what's happening in Palestine on the UN and the ICJ side of things, because Palestinians are so like documented as people that like they're able to identify a lot of bodies. Not everyone, but a lot of bodies are easily like identified as this and that person, and so they have such a more documented death toll than Yemen does. UN statistics tend to not be as awful as like a lot of things the UN does. I will rep that. I think Black Red Guard made a good point on this a little while ago. The Houthis in effect won the war. Bollocks. And an April 2022 ceasefire prompted a significant decline in violence. I don't see the words end to violence. It's significant, and that's true. There was a significant decline in violence, but not an end to it. Saudi Arabia still controls like half the fucking country. And fighting has largely remained in abeyance. Thanks for using posh people words. Abeyance. A state of temporary disuse or suspension. Why are you using a word that's from like fucking 1562? Like, just say it's in fucking like what's it, like purgatory, or like in some other state that just makes sense. Who the fuck, other than some poncy little Londoner, says, oh, abeyance? They're stuck in a state of abeyance, I see. I must read the article like this from now on, because this is the kind of way they're expecting me to speak. Out of my ass, and straight through my wankers.
Yeah.
And fighting has largely remained in abeyance despite the official expiry of the truce in October. Yes, the conflict has been completely won, but the ceasefire had a temporary time limit on it. Peace, guys. It comes with an expiry date. It's that realization when you realize not even the cornflakes are safe from going off.
Milk carton piece, basically.
How were the attacks by the Houthis seen in Yemen and Saudi Arabia? Some Yemenis see the Houthi operations as a legitimate means of exerting pressure on Israel and its allies in defense of Palestinian civilians. Okay, we can stop there. There we go. It's all right. That's the truth. An analysis say the Houthis' intervention has helped shore up their domestic support. No shit. The militants have also believed. The militants also believe attacks in the Red Sea can make them a more significant global player, synonymous with Yemen as a whole, despite the presence of an internationally recognized government in the south of the country. Meanwhile, the Saudis are attempting to normalize relations with Iran and finalize a peace deal that could recognize Houthi control of the north of Yemen. They have been anxious about any response from the US that could complicate its efforts to withdraw from the country. A whole lot of nothing. This is what we're going to continue to see with like Western like media as we go through. A whole lot of nothing, which is why I got some Al Jazeera stuff as well, so it's not just like complete ass. But like, yeah, no, that telling of the crisis is just like so back ass words, like
Yeah.
the fucking Hamas massacre. Like, a massacred who? They took prisoners. Like, oh my god. And the fucking Israeli settlers, are we really gonna fucking like die on the heel and cry because like some Israeli settlers got killed? I genuinely
also,
like have no sympathy for like people that are stealing other people's land. They're active colonizers. If they get shot, it's their own fault for not being in their own fucking country.
They're basically like doing that like KKK shit in the West Bank and with their guns now. And just I don't feel bad for any of those people, and they need to be like publicly criminally and brought to justice. Shouldn't be allowed to escape.
also they brought up the Houthis, but the Houthis are just like one faction, part of like a coalition of groups that are part of the Supreme Political Council of Yemen. It's not just the Houthis.
Yeah.
Like, it's always Hamas, 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 and it's Hamas did this, Hamas did that. The PFLP and the DFLP are also in coalition with them, but they don't get mentioned because it's Hamas are the bogeyman.
You know, there's like 3 different versions of Hamas that makes up the whole like organization, like, and they don't all agree with each other. Like,
yeah,
Hamas is about as fucking unified as like fucking like an apple and a pear like sat at opposite ends of the table. Like,
absolutely.
I don't know much about them. I know Hamas is like an acronym anyway. And I think they are made up of different factions. Most of these groups have anyway. They tend to be there's various group trends within each individual.
Emergency coalition. I mean, that's where it is at. Well,
yeah. I mean, the same mentality was used in Ireland. They used to say the IRA, and there was like INLA. There were different factions of IRA, and there was the INLA on top of that. But they just made them into IRA terrorists, and it's just because it's easy and it's easy to just bombard people with that mantra to stir up the hatred of and fear and what have you. You know. terrorist, IRA
Well, then we're
terrorist.
just this like conjoined evil group of Irish Republicans that are coming for your
Yeah.
kids.
I mean, and they tried conflating it even more with Palestine, with Hamas and ISIS. I mean, what? It's not. It's no more ridiculous than saying communists and Nazis were in alliance with each other in the first part of the Second World War, which is another lot of horseshit. You know, it's the kind of disingenuous reporting in history and political jargon that's just, well.
They were the last country to sign like a non-aggression pact with the Germans. Like everyone else had already done it. Like the British had done it in like 1935.
So suddenly the commies and the Nazis were all on the same side. I mean, it's so, and people just believe it, and it's the same sort of double standards. It's the same kind of, not double. It's a kind of conflated bollocks that you hear all the time. They're trying to conflate Hamas with Islamic State. I mean, for fuck's sake, anyone who knows anything about Hamas or Islamic State knows that they have about as much in common as, I don't know, fire and water. It's just, you know. Anyway.
I mean, what's it? Shit. I can't remember what I was gonna say. What were we on about?
Sorry, I'm rattling on here.
No, I just want to know what we were on about so I can say the thing I wanted to say.
Disingenuous reporting?
No. I'm on about the thing you were just rattling on about. I had an idea to say and then I forgot it when I started drinking my bottle of water.
Hamas, ISIS?
No. Like the last 2 minutes of what they said, like that recent, like not the main part of the conversation, getting towards the end point. Fuck it, we'll just continue. Okay, yeah, we're on about fucking World War II. For fuck's sake. Yeah. So, the UK was the first country to sign the pact that allowed Germany to take Czechoslovakia.
Yeah. That was okay, though.
Well, what's it? You know, well-beloved British Prime Minister Tommy Chamberlain would, or Neil Chamberlain, sorry.
Neville Chamberlain.
Fucking same dickhead.
Well, asshole, yeah. It's funny though, he wasn't always seen as the hero of the war. It was always Churchill.
Well, he was never liked. Like Chamberlain was already hated before the war, and then he decided to side with Hitler, and then like that made people hate him even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Churchill, like a lot of people mistake Churchill and Chamberlain. Like I had someone say that, like Churchill supported Hitler at the start of the war, and I was like, no. Churchill supported Hitler in like the 30s. At the start of the war, Churchill managed to take power because he didn't support Hitler, because he saw Hitler as a threat to the British Empire, so he couped Chamberlain.
He was not an anti-fascist by any stretch of the imagination.
No, but like a lot of people will like make it out that like they'll confuse history because they're confusing Churchill for Chamberlain and be like, oh, Churchill supported Hitler when in 1939, which is not true.
He did, no, what I was referring to is he supported fascism initially. He wrote glowing. He tried to persuade.
He wrote a letter in the war to Mussolini and everything on about how he liked fascism. Like I'm not discerning that he was a fascist. I'm just saying people confuse him for Chamberlain and say he was siding with the Nazis when the war broke out, which is not true because he took over the office of government because he was opposed to the Nazis.
But it's a myth to suggest that people often say that he was this great hero against fascism. He wasn't hostile to fascism. It was just the only reason Churchill opposed the Nazis is because the Nazis became an imperial rival to Britain.
I mean, no leader of any country is the fucking like hero of a war. Like Churchill, it's like Stalin wasn't the hero of the Eastern Front. It's an issue with like the way people look at wars. Is they just focus on leaders, and it's just like
great men of history crap. It's very bourgeois.
The aristocrats make history as fucking Joseph Goebbels would say.
Well, what was that as Goebbels would say?
The aristocrats make history, is what Joseph Goebbels would say.
That's what aristocrat means, isn't it? In the service of the interest of the best people.
Well, it means the elite. Like that's the shortest
yeah.
one. You're going
Aristocrat.
romantic with your translations.
Well, that's what I mean.
You're reading too much Latin. Just fucking with you.
No, Cox Muccini Romani. It's fooling me. It's fooling me. Fucking Romans, I hate them.
Pax of Whatsits Britannia. I'm sure that's the way it goes.
I wasn't saying Pax, I said Cox Muccini, which is gobshite.
Oh, I was just being funny.
Oh, fair enough. I was just being abusive.
I was just doing the Latin thing of like where they say Pax Britannia.
I know.
But
Pax
like
Romani.
For Spengler,
Pax of Whatsits Britannia, because it's the way it goes.
for Spengler, he said it was like Pax Teutonic or something like that.
Probably.
Pax Teutonia?
Pax Mongoli. That's an actual thing, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, Mongolian Romans. Oh, God. Oh, shit.
Okay. Well, Romans called Timogen or something.
Whoever invented lymph nodes are a cunt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. When you're on your period, your fucking lymph nodes swell, and it fucking hurts. Like, I can't, like, rest my arm just flat down like that without it hurting my tit.
Ouch.
But I also have, like, chronic fatigue, so I can't just, like, leave my arm floating, so I'm, like, having to just, like, pace myself and waddle around like a fucking dog. Britain is behind the slaughter in Yemen. Here's how you could help end it. You see, already a changing character from Guardian. They're letting us know it's 4 years old, just in case anyone's wondering why their opinions have changed. When you highlight it, because the highlight is yellow, it doesn't show up.
Reminds me of
Vice does the same thing. This article is.
I wish you could still easily change the Windows highlight, because I'd have mine as orange. But you can't. It really annoys me. Well, you can, but you have to do it in the reg edit, and I really can't be asked for dealing with hexadecimal crap. British planes and British bombs are spearheading the killings. Politicians and the media must raise their voices in opposition. British politicians, well known for raising voices in opposition of genocide. Fuck. Cancer. About 100,000 people have met violent deaths in Yemen since March 2015. 85,000 infants have died from starvation or preventable disease. Red Crescent medics in Damar, Yemen, photograph by Mohammed Al-Sayagi from Reuters. Nothing can diminish the threat of a disorderly Brexit. Why are you going on about Brexit? Oh my god. Let's just talk about our problems. Feel sorry for us. We're going through Brexit. A disorderly Brexit. Oh no. Dare the British be out of order? Order. Order in the court. Or the significance of Boris Johnson's recent anti-democratic prorogation of Parliament. I'm surprised to see Guardian talking about that kind of stuff. But yeah, a lot of people missed Dodgy Bojo's attempts to fuck up the entire system like in the first year of the coronavirus, where the guy tried to take away the devolution of powers from Clymrai, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. That those stories lead the news is no surprise. Okay, they might actually be criticizing that problem. I was too hard on the Guardian too soon. Let's see, let's see how they go. But never trust something where they make like a reasonable statement and then they put but or however. But when our government provides crucial support to a campaign of indiscriminate killing in Yemen that has claimed the lives of thousands of people, and this is treated as a footnote in our politics rather than a national scandal, it is plain something has gone badly wrong. Sounds familiar to a certain situation occurring right fucking now.
Well, this is interesting because U.S. politicians were also making this. Well, liberal U.S. politicians were also making the same argument that the Guardian was, at least up until now. Now they're like in full-fledged support of fucking, because Biden's doing it, and this is a coalition of the willing, or whatever fucking bullshit they're saying.
Well, I mean, when Trump came into power, they started to get more critical of it. They were pretty okay with it when fucking Obama was supporting Saudi Arabia.
Obama was doing it.
But then again, the US has not been as prominent in Saudi Arabia as the UK has, or in Yemen, sorry, as the UK has been. That's why the UK were the ones to deploy troops onto the oil fields when Saudi Arabia's oil fields are getting bombed, not the US.
Although there is a U.S. The U.S. is building a base in the islands off Yemen that technically the United Arab Emirates control. But the U.S.
What's it? It's the U.S. is always going to have its fingers in every pie, but on this front, the UK has a bit of a lead in it, but the UK's always had an advantage to Mediterranean operations in the US because of their fucking situated bases in the Mediterranean, as well as their accessibility to it, given that Britain's like a moment's away from the Mediterranean.
Looking at you, Cyprus.
Yeah, Cyprus is the really important to a lot of UK operations in the Mediterranean. UK has not so much today, but historically relied a lot on Greek support since the end of the war. So in the end of the war, the US and the UK competed to neo-colonize parts of Europe, and Greece was one of the countries the UK managed to get in its pocket. So if anyone was wondering why Greece has been like a country of corruption for the last 70, 80 years, now you know. The British. Oh, and eventually the EU when Greece got dragged into the EU.
Yeah.
Which destroyed the Greek economy. Or what was left of it. So this week, 4 years ago, or nearly 5 now, a report by UN experts warned that Britain could be complicit in war crimes through its arming of the Saudi Arabia-led coalition intervening in Yemen's civil conflict. The report is the latest in a long line from the UN and the world's most respected NGOs, documenting a consistent pattern of violations. The experts note that leading arms providers in like the UK, quote, have a special influence, end quote, on the belligerents, quote, and may be held responsible for providing aid or assistance for the commission of international law violations, end quote. Funny how that hasn't come through yet. We'd like to see the ICJ actually fucking do something. About 100,000 people have met violent deaths since March 2015. Oh, it's a lot more than that. See, that's where you're getting the underballed number. This number is 2 years before they said the UN reported 377,000. So they've just pulled that out their ass. Like the UN
Yeah.
had stated larger numbers than this when they wrote this article.
Yeah.
So like this is what I mean. When I see UN statistics, it's so much more trustworthy than whatever the fuck this is. They don't even tell me where they got it from. Let me see. It's just from one of their own articles. Civilian casualties outlined in a report by the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, ACLED, as the war with it might genuinely be a mistake of lacking information. This was 2019, not 2024. They've only been reporting since 2015 as well, so it's not the 2012 because the UN one was 2012 onwards. So this genuinely might be them using a weird source because they wanted to get information from 2015 onwards rather than the UN statistics that go back even further, because they're just using raw data with a lot of the UN stuff. It's just based on raw statistics.
Yeah, and also to point out too, the wording in that was also problematic. It said violent deaths. It's like the situation in Yemen is that a lot of people are starving to death. They're dying because of
I mean, starving to
cholera.
death is a violent fucking death, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know that's but they're like defining violent as you get a drone and it fucking lands on you. That's what they're using a very
No, because they're
conservative
separating the number. Look, so like you've got 100,000 have met violent death. Save the Children estimates 85,000 infants have died from starvation or preventable disease. They're separating the statistics, which is kind of scummy. Oh shit. So yeah, they're trying to define that separately from starvation. I don't think they're classifying starving people as the same as violent death. I don't know. Why have they not got adult deaths for starvation then? That's what I don't get. Because, like, that's got to be, like, if there's 85,000 infants, there's got to be at least, like... I mean, infant deaths tend to be, like, a little higher when it comes to starvation, but, like...
Yeah.
So there should be at least, like, 40, 50,000, like, people, like, adults that have at least died from starvation if there's 85,000 infants. Doing the math in my brain... That still would only add up to, like... So if we took, like, a high ball of 50,000... 85,000 and then 100,000, that would still only be like 225,000, which is like nearly over 100,000 off the 2021 UN statistics. So, do you know what? ACLED as well aren't like a bad source to go off, but like they've like chopped up the information into different bits without like making them congruent and not including all of the information. The article they're linking to here breaks it all fucking down, but like, why not break it down here? Like, you should always go through sources and read through stuff like that, but when you make it so like difficult for people to source the direct points of information by scattering them in the next article, and you start chain loading stuff like that, the average person that needs to learn from this is not going to learn from this. It's fine for someone like me as a Marxist, and being neurodivergent. I have like 100. I'm using Edge as my streaming browser, and it has like 100 fucking tabs open. My Firefox is just crammed. I have 5 or 6 windows open, and 4 of them have like more than 30 tabs. So, like, it's fine for someone like me who's going to sit there and trunch through articles, but I want things to be accessible to people, and this ends up being misleading, because these statements, these figures, they're probably quite accurate if you have the full context, but because they're drifting away the context, I mean, somewhat vague, like violent death, why not say, like, who was killed and who had died? Because, like, it's getting into that shit where, like, an Israeli settler gets killed, and they're marked as someone who was murdered. A fucking Palestinian dies, and it's a death of violence.
Yeah, it's the same in Ireland in the 80s. It was security forces personnel murdered by Irish IRA terrorists, and
Catholic terrorist found dead in middle of street.
or shot dead by security forces, and then the shot dead terrorists never had families that was mentioned, whereas the grieving widows, grieving children, grieving parents focused on a lot in news reports.
Well, they wouldn't dare
Massively.
report on that because the way they responded if they found out who a Irish rebel was, would they go to their home and they'd fucking drag their son out of the fucking yard and beat the shit out of them in the middle of the street in front of their mum.
Yeah. But I mean, my point being, the media didn't focus on these families because it would make the dead Irish rebel look like a human being, and they can't be doing the same sort of thing. It's you got to dehumanize your enemy.
It'd make him
I mean,
more like a human being, but it'd also show the terrorization because genuinely, if you got like killed and they could identify you, your family's next. Especially with
Well,
the
that's true
UDF,
as well,
the
yeah.
UVF around and people like that.
Well, oh yeah, for sure. All right, yeah, there is that.
So
as
like,
well,
if
of course,
they
yeah.
even if they like wanted to sympathize, but they wanted to protect the British Empire, they're gonna choose that first because if they ever dared to show it, it would show even more of the crime at play, and it would get them in trouble. And like,
Well,
imagine you're an on the ground reporter in Northern Ireland. You, as a member of an empire, you have that intuition to do as you're told and follow the fascist line because you know you'll be on the sort of slaughter deck.
Yeah.
That's the fucking like the mindfulness of fascism is that it puts a certain like strict article of terror, and we see this in places like the Irish conflict, and we get like in Palestine as well, where fascism is just so thick that like if you are even closely represented as a part of the liberation forces, you are fucked. Like, it's not so bad in Ireland today, but it's still pretty bad.
I remember when it was bad, and I remember those times quite well.
They still run the fucking same old fucking military trucks around. They just painted them to look like police cars.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to shoot, by the way, because I'm exhausted, so I might have to bow out.
All right.
Did everyone? So
So,
take care, comrades. Slán fall.
Take
red
care.
salute.
Peace.
Bye for now.
Okay. Time to get more angry. Anyone watching, this is going to be a lot of getting angry about statistics. I enjoy.
I think the reason that they do that is because they assume that a lot of people just read like the headlines of like either the newspaper articles or like the online articles and just be like, okay, that's they're not going to go into any further, information about that.
Well, it's like, like these two statistics could have been part of the same article, but they're not. That one's a part of the one that will tell you a lot of the statistics that ACLED had been collecting. That one is just about the 85,000 infants that died, which, fair enough, an article alone on that. But that information should have also just been a part of that article if you were going to make it easier on people. And also, it's kind of like, it's relying on the fact that, we linked the stuff. And so people that, like, aren't going to click on these links, it's more for them in the mindset of the system. And people should click on these links. They should check them out. But, like, there's already, like, 7 or 8 by the time we're doing this. And so if you're not a Marxist or a political analyst, you ain't going to be fucking bothered to do that. You're going to be like, what the fuck are you expecting out of me? This is the newspaper, not fucking school. Like, that's the mindset, like, a lot of people have about these kind of things. Die from starvation or preventable disease. The UN experts raised the real possibility that starvation is being employed as a war tactic. British complicity in that ought to be unthinkable. How is it unthinkable? It's... Do these people know the history of the British Empire? Like, do we need to bring up Bengal? Like... British have starved probably more countries than most countries have ever even gotten the chance to. The King Leopold II, his starvation of the Congo. He was a British asset. He was like a member of the British Empire, basically. Like the Netherlands were the British bitch by that point in time. Sorry, Belgium. Belgium was Britain's bitch by that point. And they kind of had most of their existence. The whole joke is that Britain invented Belgium to invade France. Not sure the legitimacy of that, but I do find it funny. Unthinkable. Aerial bombing by the Saudis, frequently indiscriminate, is responsible for most of the civilian deaths, and that bombing is completely dependent on British and American support. Once again, where have I heard this before? The US and UK supply the bombs, the planes drop the bombs, training for the pilots, and the spare parts and maintenance that keep the planes in the sky.
And the logistics, and also there is a U.S. general who literally will pick out which targets for them to bomb. But we're gonna do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny how like they finally eventually mentioned U.S. The U.S. had to come in at some point.
Well, this is because Obama came in after the whole Iran deal, the JCPOA or whatever the fuck it was called, and still was around. So he wanted to like placate to the Saudis. So then he like fully went into this Yemen thing.
Yeah. You're spot on, mate. Any idea that these complex weapon systems would simply be replaced by Russian or China, were Britain to refuse to provide support, is a myth. The reality is that Washington and London could have stopped the Saudis' war anytime they liked. This indefensible... Once again, funny that. It's almost like they could stop the war in Palestine if people, like, The Guardian wasn't fucking justifying, like, hatred for Hamas. And, like, therefore hatred for the Palestinian people, because no one seems to be able to differentiate. This indefensible situation has continued for so long, partly because it has not received a level of political attention commensurate with the magnitude of the catastrophe. Genuinely, they write like such poncy fucking assholes. Like, oh my god. Our government is to blame for its own politics, but the failure to put significant pressure on it to end those policies is something the rest of us are responsible for. Shit! Like, where is this Guardian right now? Like, this is so fucking true. No, like, I might have to slightly ramble a bit, but like, the first world has this like massive problem where it's like, the governments are evil, and then they just don't give a shit. They'll vote for the guy that's like the least worst and then leave it at that. And now we're at a point where it's like determining the lesser evil is like so fucking hard, because it's like, okay, Biden doesn't want to genocide trans people, Trump does. Biden, like, even though both of them want to commit genocide in Palestine, Biden is the most Zionist president we've ever had. Trump wants to commit genocide against black people's history. Biden and Trump both want to like build pipelines through native land, and so like it's that back and forth, to and fro, here and there. You know, these two eggs are starting to smell like the same kind of rotten, and like rather than people being like, okay, time to protest, or like time to protest vote a third party, not because they're gonna win, but because if enough people do it, you could start a fucking ruckus. Everyone's all fucking bitching that like if you don't want to vote Biden, then you're voting for Trump, and it's like not that simple. Like, shit, I'm one of the people that like I'm part of the group of people that are going to be genocided. Like my people in America are at risk of genocide with Trump getting in, and even I don't think voting for Biden's a fucking good idea. So like people using us as a fucking like scapegoat, find a hole and neatly no longer exist in it. But
yeah, it's
go on.
It's just a bunch of bullshit.
It's getting into the weeds of just like how people don't want to like actually like put the pressure on, Because that's the core thing. It's not about like, oh, vote this, vote that. Pressure. Like, we need to apply pressure to like the political establishment, not this hither to like fucking partisan fucking politics crap. We need to be like creating some actual fucking noise. Like in the Palestinian situation, we've been like stressing for people to do some like governmental officials either do something or get the fuck out, and like pressuring people to not vote for people if they don't do shit. Like that's basic shit. That's not even as far as we need to go, but it'd be a good fucking start if people were big enough and loud
Right.
enough to do those kind of things. Amp up protest. Like fucking hell. If people want to vote like they want like someone who could get in that would also be both anti-Israel and wouldn't want to genocide people inside the US, then they need to push the Democrats to do a proper primary then and protest it. Say we don't want Biden. Get fucking angry. Stop burning shit. I don't fucking know. Do something. Like, you gotta get angry. You gotta show some face. Obviously not one-ton fucking violence, because you'll just get people hurt that don't need to be hurt. You'll bring on the police ire. At the same time, people need to be rioting and they need to be getting fucking angry. They need to be in proper organized protest, applying pressure onto the fucking onto the society, making it feel the weight of that pressure, rather than it being this passive, oh, well, you know, they kind of bad, but I'm not gonna think about it too much because it makes me feel bad kind of politics that dominates America and Britain.
Yeah, yeah. People like to disconnect imperial policy from themselves and just be like, oh, it's over there. Why should I care? It doesn't have any effect on me, or like I don't have any effect on it or anything like that. And it's like we live in a global system. You cannot disconnect yourself from that.
I mean, it's even with internal politics. If it doesn't affect them, they don't care. Like, a lot of people don't really care about a lot of the anti-trans stuff, and will even deny there's like a trans genocide on the way because it doesn't affect them. So like, how would they see a lot of the signs if they're not having to experience it? And so there's that like blindness, that like tunnel vision that doesn't allow them to see certain elements of what's going on that makes things so dire at the moment. But it's exponentially worse with international policy. Politicians of the center. Oh my.
Politicians of the center.
For example, are never shy of flaunting their supposed internationalist credentials. Are they? Oh yeah, the liberal Democrats do that a lot. I forgot that like we actually have like a centrist party, and then we also have like quote unquote centrists inside each party. Not really. I mean, centrism is a political meme. It's like it's a point of transition. Yeah. It's they're subordinate to like one group or another. But many of these same figures either support or have nothing to say about British arms sales to Saudi Arabia. Indeed, most of the British-built planes now pulverizing Yemen were sold to the Saudis by New Labour. The Jeremy Corbyn leadership, that's been and gone, has the correct stance on Yemen in opposing the current British role, but it is hard to believe that the official opposition could not have done more to push the issue up the agenda, given the depth of British complicity and the suffering of that country's people. No, I mean, for all the problems of Jeremy Corbyn, it would have still have been nice to have social democracy than, like, whatever the fuck we're having now. Like, social fascism and all that, but, like, also, just, like, it would have at least been a bit of a breaker from the shit that's going on now and a greater chance for us to organize. Now, we're having to organize flash out of the pan with, like, no strong left at the moment, so that's great. Things look very opportune, I guess. The media also have questions to answer. Academic observers like myself owe a debt to brave journalists like Iona Craig, Bill True, Nawal Magafi and Orla Guerin, whose reporting from Yemen is invaluable to our research. But collectively, the story is not given the sustained prominence it needs. If the government is going to be held accountable, too much of the commentariat does that word mean what I think it means? Members of the news media considered as a class. Oh my god, it is.
What?
No. No.
What?
I
The news class.
well, okay, so like there definitely is like a substrata of like the petty bourgeois and the bourgeoisie that control the media, but I wouldn't call them like a class. They're I mean they're the political and intellectual strata of the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie. That's all they are. But
Yeah.
I guess commentariat. I would have called them commonvoisie, but you know, okay. Um, while enthused by the prospect of Britain staging a quote unquote humanitarian intervention, which when an official enemy is committing atrocities, um, appear unable to comprehend the situation where the atrocities are being committed by Britain's allies with Britain's help. Um, These failures extend to a wider civil society too. Leading NGOs have done indispensable work in documenting the war's cost and attempting to raise the alarm. Campaign Against Arms Trade launched a judicial review of UK arms sales, whose recent court success has caused a big headache for Downing Street. But large swaths of the UK large swaths of the left have simply not done enough. It is tragic that the major demonstrations we saw over the invasion and occupations of Afghanistan and Iraq have never materialized to end the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia. Once again, where is this Guardian right now? They're actually making an apt critique of the left. I'm gonna cry. These collective failings have let the government and its Gulf allies off the hook, and Yemeni civilians have paid the price. For a nation that talks endlessly about its place in the world, much of Britain's political culture remains intensely parochial, self-absorbed, and remarkably casual about the huge humanitarian costs of its behavior in the global south. This mixture of chauvinism and unconscious racism is, of course, a legacy of empire, and it is by no means limited to the Brexiteers. Oh my god. Stop going on about Brexit.
So if this for Americans, if this was an American article, it'd be like, and this is by no means limited to MAGA people or Trump
To
people.
MAGA communists.
MAGA communists.
There are, however, competing traditions to be found in Britain of genuine internationalism and solidarity. 2/3 of the public oppose arms sales to Saudi Arabia, including half of conservative voters. I don't know why I needed to know that there are some good conservatives out there, but thanks. Good for them. They spend like a millisecond on the right side of history on one point before they go and do something else like seconds later. There is an enormous potential for civil society and the political class. Fuck these arbitrary ass fucking terms.
Like, so for those conservative voters that oppose like arms sales to Saudi Arabia, it's probably because they want to like give it all to Israel.
No.
Like
They
when,
probably do just oppose it because they don't like selling arms to Saudi Arabia. These are voters, not like conservatives in power.
oh yeah,
These are voters.
it reminds me of like when Republicans they opposed like arms sales to Ukraine, but it was like they want to give it all to Israel, something.
This was in 2019.
Ah.
Yeah, like I'm
Oh,
saying, this
yeah.
article's from 2019, so like they're opposing it because like even a lot of conservatives here don't like a lot of the war crimes we commit. A lot of conservatives are opposed to Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. It kind of gets into the whole like ways that like most of the population, regardless of what side of the aisle they sit on, are unitable because like we have those common interests, and so this is one of those situations where like common international interests are starting to seep into both sides. Um, but 2/3 of the public, half of conservative voters, I could imagine most Labour voters are opposed to it. Because they haven't needed to mention, and I feel like the only reason a pro Labour article would mention pro Labour publication would ever mention Labour is if they were like surprisingly low in this support. Because the Guardian, they're supposed to be like old Labour in the way that they present themselves. That's why they'll blast New Labour a lot. To give a voice.
Keir Starmer.
Oh, Keir Starmer wasn't even like the leader at this point.
Right, I know. I don't. I was just thinking of him, I guess.
New Labour goes all the way back to 1987. That Neil guy that fucking Biden stole a speech from. There is enormous potential for civil society and the political class to give voice and force to these passively held opinions. This is one of the things where I'm going to get funny about language. You could say the political strata. That's definitely a thing. But, like, it's not its own class. They're like, there's, like, the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie have, like, a strata in their class that are, like, heavily embroiled in politics. And they're not necessarily their own fully separate thing. They're more like a portion of the intellectual strata of both classes. Although some of the business lot get in there, like Trump, that's a bit off the huge. There's enormous potential for civil society. But first, we will need to take a long, honest look at in the mirror. Not the Mirror. I'm reading the Guardian. You might not get that. We have the Daily Mirror. David Wearing is a specialist on UK foreign policy in the Middle East. There is a good reason why people choose not to support the Guardian. Maybe it's because you fucking like saying weird pro-Israel shit. You fucking stingy little wankers. I need to pee. Stodgy little shit. Very talkative.
Oh, I was muted. I used to be the most quietest person on earth, actually. I would literally just sit in class, like before school started, and I would literally just sit there at my desk, not saying anything. And this is before class would even start, so kids could just go around yakking and doing.
Same here.
I was the fucker that would, like, correct the teacher when they would say, like, obviously wrong things because they're, like, limiting education. Like, I was that little fucker that wouldn't let a teacher get away with saying there's 3 states of matter. Technically speaking, there's 1 state because all things are fluid, but there's 4 states if we want to draw the arbitrary lines that we do. Well, they're not exactly arbitrary. Like, the difference between a solid, a liquid, and a gas and a plasma does matter in, like, most cases, but it's not as, like, it's not as simply linear as that. If it was, science would be so much easier. Especially just on the basis that, like, different materials sit at, like, different sort of, like states at, like, what we would call, like, room temperature or, like, standard temps. Stuff that's a gas more easily, well, you're more likely going to end up seeing that as a plasma. Example: butane gas, butane plasma. Then creates fire because the oxygen gets a burny when the butane goes all plasma. And it's because butane's just, like, really highly reactive. It takes a spark to turn it into a plasma. And once it does, just that little spark, it just starts it starts burning as a flame, and then it burns purely compared to, like, well, okay, as pure as possible compared to, like oil fires and stuff like that. It's not free of any like give off. I think a lighter doesn't necessarily have the problem of, like, filling the air with greenhouse gases. In boilers, however, different story when it comes to gas. Methane gas is known for sticking in the air. Weird chemical reactions that go on. God. So yeah, what we see is night and day between how the Guardian, the supposed, like, left-wing news source of the United Kingdom, switches up its language depending on the geopolitical crisis at hand. I mean, they were being sympathetic to fucking the Yemenese people. They didn't make it about the Houthis. I didn't even hear about the Houthis in that argument, in that article. Like, they were mentioned, like, twice, I think? Maybe not even that. Like, they just focused on, like, Saudi Arabia leading a war against Yemen, which was what was happening. Like, for most of the Yemen crisis, I didn't hear about the Houthis until, like, 2018, 2017. Like, for most of the crisis, it was just Yemen versus Saudi Arabia for me. That's what it was.
Yeah.
There was a coalition with Saudi Arabia. Like, that's the closest they get to mentioning the Republic of Yemen's involvement. Palestinians flee heavy fighting in southern Gaza as US and UK bomb Yemen again. So this is the thing. Oh, go to southern Gaza. You'll be safe in southern Gaza. Meanwhile, in southern Gaza, 10 days after, or 12 days after they said you'd be safe in southern Gaza.
And then they'll say, well, just go to Egypt. And it's like, what?
Once again, this one's doing the same. Iranian-backed Houthis.
Yep.
I mean, in this case, the Houthis do actually get support from Iran, but they say this about so many things. It just annoys me. And like
If you
Iran's
want,
support of them is both for geopolitics, for their geopolitical power in the region as like a regional imperialist, but it's also just because like they're supporting like they're supporting the Shiites. Like that's a big part of it.
yeah,
Like I they when the Shia and support the Shia.
yeah. If you want to look up like an article that's like bullshit framing, just look up, do a control F, and then it's like put Iranian backed, and then it's like you'll get the results. You'll see. Or Iranian backed militias in Iraq.
Iraq and Iran, well known for supporting each other. Is there gonna be some like mad thing where like it's like the US carried out airstrikes in Iraq targeting facilities used by Iranian backed militias in the country on Tuesday, following repeated attacks on US forces, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced in a statement. The strikes targeted 3 facilities used by Iranian-backed Kataib, Hezbollah, and other Tehran-affiliated groups in Iraq. Okay, if there's a Hezbollah group there, they probably have like some alliance with Iran. So we've got like at least one group that might be at least on like they might at least have like Iran's phone number. Um, but and other Tehran-affiliated groups, name them. Like, if you know who they are, name them.
Yeah.
Like, that and other Tehran affiliated groups in Iraq probably just means civilians. Unilateral airstrikes targeting KH headquarters, storage and training locations for rocket, missile, and one-way attack UAV capabilities. According to a U.S. defense official, the strikes were carried out in 2 sites in western Iraq, including Al Qaim near the Syrian border, as well as Jurf al Sakar, um, south of Baghdad. I am grateful for both the skill and professionalism with which our personnel planned and constructed these strikes and the blah blah blah, sucking the military stick, gobble gobble gobble, suck suck suck. The president and I will not hesitate to take necessary action. Fucking hell, like this is the Trump era, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Defend our troops. Why are they in Iraq to begin with? Well, we know why.
This was literally like a few days ago.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
sounded
this has
like
been
it was
going
from
on.
like it sounded like it was from 4 or 5 years ago. It's from January 24th. Shit. Iraq condemns irresponsible US airstrikes on Iran-backed groups. Is the BBC actually going to be like an arbiter of reason? Jesus Christ. Iraq and paramilitary groups, including Kataib Hezbollah, featured during a funeral for militants killed in U.S. strikes in northern Iraq last month. The Iraqi government strongly which targeted the spokespersons they said they blatantly violated his country's sovereignty. Not the first time. The U.S. has said it's quote unquote proportionate. Proportionate to what? Attacks had targeted Iran affiliated groups. PMF, which is I want to see more of what like the Iraqi government has said. Major General Yahira Rasul, a spokesman for Prime Minister Soudani, um, said in a statement that the U.S. action was, quote, contributing to a reckless escalation, end quote. Quote, this unacceptable act undermines years of cooperation at a time when the region is already grappling with the danger of expanding conflict, the repercussions of the aggression on Gaza, unquote, he added, referring to the war between Israel and Palestinian groups, Palestinian group Hamas. No, it's Israel versus the Palestinian people. Fuck you. Fuckers. He added that Iraq would treat the U.S. operations, quote, as acts of aggression, end quote, against its people on their land, and urged the international community to help restore peace. Writing on X, formerly Twitter. I love how that always has to drag along. Just say the fucking social media site formerly known as Twitter. It's funnier. Iraq National Security Advisor. Is that a Q? Yeah, it is. Qasem Al Araji. Said the U.S. action would, quote, not help bring calm, end quote. Man of few words. He added that, quote, the U.S. should pile on pressure for a halt to the Israeli offensive in Gaza rather than targeting and bombing the bases of an Iraqi national body. Last week, 4 U.S. military personnel were injured in a ballistic missile and rocket attack on Iraq's, I know how to speak, Al-Assad air base in Anbar province. The Pentagon said on Tuesday no significant damage to facilities. So, like, they had no significant damage, but their attacks were proportionate. I see.
Yeah. See, proportionate is like when nobody gets injured, but they bomb a base and do like damage to like a wall or something, and then you kill like 100 people. Now, if it's like a U.S. soldier gets killed, then we have to like, kill 1,000.
Yeah, it's like shit. It's like this, Mr. Austin. We do not seek to escalate conflict in the region. We are fully prepared to take further measures to protect our people and our facilities. It's not about you. You're bombing the other facilities, you dumb fucks. Like, we don't want to escalate any conflict in the region. We are fully prepared to take further measures. Like, are you fucking out of your mind? We call on these groups and their Iranian sponsors to immediately cease these attacks. You think bombing them is gonna make them stop attacking you? No. These strikes targeted Kataib, Hezbollah, headquarters, storage, and training locations for rocket, missile, and one-way attack UAV capabilities. It added without mentioning their locations. I love that little jab there. Kataib, Hezbollah, for or brigades of the Party of God. Damn, God has a political party now. Shit. Is a powerful Iraqi Shia militia that receives financial and military support from Iran. Citation needed. It is believed to have strong links with Iran's Quds Force, the oversee operations of the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps. Since 2009, the U.S. has designated the group as a terrorist organization, accusing it of attacking U.S. and Iraqi forces in Iraq on behalf of Iran, and of threatening Iraq's stability. Oh, yeah, because it's them that threatened that.
Yeah, don't look up 2003.
Shit. Oh, my God. I want to see more of what, like, Iraq is saying about this, but it's not showing me. Wankers.
The only thing, the last time I checked about what the Iraqi government said is like they voted in like 3 or 4 or even 5 years ago to basically that all the foreign forces in Iraq need to be like basically expelled. Like there was a vote and it was like unanimous or something.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Also, too, they also sometimes as well, like for like there's also like they treat contractors, like private military contractors who are aligned with the US. They treat them the same as US soldiers as well. So um, whenever a contractor gets killed as well, they also will take appropriate measures, end quote.
We lost one guy. Time to bomb an entire housing estate.
Yeah.
Also, Americans, AP. That's one of your fucking news organizations, isn't it? Like, what that's short for?
Isn't Associated Press? I was like thinking for a second.
Oh, it could
Because
be
that's
that. Okay, I thought it was like a type of press, like thing, because like,
well,
yeah, no.
if you go up, it literally says Associated Press. I think.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
shit, I missed that.
Yeah. So that's the yeah.
Why
Is
is it
there an
under
Associated
Courthouse
Press?
News Service? Are they like acquired or something?
Probably. Associated Press applies for a lot of things. Is there an Associated Press in Britain or?
Yes, but like, I don't know. It just caught me off guard a bit. I was like, wait, AP? That like, I swear there's a news org that's like abbreviated as AP. I might be thinking of a German party though. We lost Noob. I need to fix my stream thing. I wish you could have it like auto set so it would just like wrap the thing around like certain Discord people's like clips so then it can just stack them next to each other. To keep adjusting the cunt. Israel's invasion of the Gaza Strip has pounded the southern city of Khan Yunis, um, pushing thousands of Palestinians to flee even further south on Monday. Families made their way on foot down to the coastal highway, smoke billowing from the city behind them. Others loaded blankets and belongings into vehicles or donkey carts. Um, the war has displaced some 85% of Gaza's 2.3 million residents, and 1 in 4 of them are now starving. The UN says, um, late Monday, U.S. officials said the American and British militaries bombed multiple sites in Yemen used by the quote unquote Iranian-backed Houthis to attack shipping in the Red Sea. Um, as fears grow that Israel's war against Hamas militants in Gaza will spark a regional conflict. Israel's war against the Palestinians. Fuck off making about Hamas all the time. The health minister of Gaza says more than 25,000 Palestinians have been killed in the war, which erupted on October 7th. Numbers are higher than 25,000. I've heard numbers around 33 plus thousand, like 33,000 or more. So that might be a bit of a low baller. But I might have gotten information wrong from another place. It might be lower than I think.
It'd be nice if they cited like when source, like when was this, like when they cited that source, but whatever.
No, the only source they have is like what is Gaza's health ministry and how does it calculate the war's death toll. an agency in the Hamas-controlled government. I'm pretty sure it's a fucking there's like a coalition going on, and only official source of Gaza casualties. Like they're making out like this is like. I feel like they're making it out like it's a stiff thing. That like that's the case. Oh god, fuck off. The ministry is the only source of Gaza's casualties. It's like, yeah, because like exactly what you say next is the reason why Israel is like shunned off, but the UN doesn't have any quarrels of trusting Gaza on that information. So I don't know why AP's like I don't know. I expect bad from these guys. Like they already have gone on about the Iranian backed things, and like I feel like anyone starting off with it like these statistics are controlled by the Gaza government that we called a Hamas government like just moments ago. Even put a
Yeah.
link to it so you can find our article about what is Hamas, the group that rules the Gaza Strip, has fought several rounds of war with Israel. Terrorism expert explains the Hamas attack on Israel. I don't even want to see. Yeah, bad vibes, bad vibes. Thanks, AP. But yeah, AP News, that was the thing I was thinking of. Because I've seen it like that with the fucking, like, the red and the black. Like, I've seen that before. But only from, like, that always felt like an American, like, news source thingy majiggy. I mean, this courthouse news service stinks of America. I don't know. I literally just went on an article scouring journey. I was just like, I'm just going to get a fucking bucket ton of things to look at. 25,000 killed in the war, which erupted on October 7th, when militants from Gaza attacked southern Israel, killing around 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostages. It's funny because they just make it out like they killed 1,200 people. It's like most of the people were killed by the Israelis, and nice of them though to not mention Hamas in one paragraph. They fucking ruin it in a moment, but credit where credit's due. They said Gaza, like people from Gaza had attacked, like just militants, and it's like, oh my god, look, they're not mentioning Hamas for like a moment. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to continue the offensive until complete victory over Hamas. Already lost it. And to return around 100 hostages who are still held in Gaza. But he's facing mounting pressure from the hostages' relatives to make a deal with Hamas and win their loved ones' release. On Monday, family members disrupted a committee meeting in Israel's parliament, yelling, "You won't sit here while they are dying there." Actually, the Hamas were looking after your relatives pretty well from the accounts I've seen, so chill the fuck out. Currently, Iran is directly involved in ship attacks by Yemen's Houthi rebels, U.S. Navy commander tells AP. Citation fucking needed.
Very well. I mean, you can trust the U.S. Navy.
So the Jerusalem's Associated Press.
Very good source.
We're already off to a good start. That first one was Israel's Associated Press as well, wasn't it? Oh, it doesn't actually say for which place. It must be America's then, if they're not saying.
Yeah.
But here they are saying, and Jerusalem. I'm sure we can trust this source. Iran is, quote, very directly involved, end quote. They're not just directly involved, they're very directly involved. In ship attacks, not to be confused with shit attacks, which they do a lot in their military assigned diapers. The Yemen's Houthi rebels have carried out during Israel's war against Hamas. You mean genocide of Palestine? The U.S. Navy's top Mid-East, not to be confused with Far East, Mid-East commander told the Associated Press on Monday It's kind of funny that like we call like it's because of the British we do it, but like we call them the West Asia, the Middle East. But if it's like the furthest west of the eastern side of the world by like the European standards of what's east and west, wouldn't it just be the middle? Like not the Middle East, it'd just be the middle. Like if it's where Asia and Europe meets, and Asia's meant to be the east and Europe's meant to be the west, it wouldn't be the Middle East. That would be Central Asia, which happens to be in like the middle of the east. Imperialist language is kind of funny. Mid East, because they couldn't be asked to spell the whole word Middle East. Thanks, America, cutting letters out since 1822. Commander told the Associated Press on Monday, Vice Admiral Brad Cooper, fucking what a white guy name.
Yeah.
We got Brad here. He's going to tell us about the Fifth Fleet and what they've been doing. The head of the Navy's Fifth Fleet stopped short of saying Tehran directed individual attacks by Houthis in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden.
Well, yeah, that's very convenient for them. But,
So
stopping short for a reason.
stop short because I guarantee that fucking naval like that vice admiral probably doesn't believe it.
Yeah.
However, Cooper acknowledged that attacks associated with Iran have expanded from previously threatening just the Persian Gulf and its Strait of Hormuz into waters across the wider Middle East. He's like, shit, wait, I need to keep my imperialist credit. They're spreading somewhere, we're just not sure if it's here. Clearly, the Houthi actions, probably in terms of their attacks on merchant shipping, are the most significant that we've seen in 2 generations, he told the AP in a telephone interview. Man's phoning it in. The facts simply are that they are attacking the international community, thus the international response I think you've seen. Well, I mean, he's questioning you about, like, the thing. I think the reporter probably has seen it, but, like, you're not meant to be talking to what the reporter knows. You're meant to be talking to what, like, the general populace knows. You fucking dumb cunt. Iran's mission to the United Nations and the Houthi leadership in Yemen's capital, Sana'a, didn't respond to a request for comment. Those sneaky evil bastards, they wouldn't respond to our requests for them to answer jumped up accusations. However, the Houthis later claimed to have attacked a US-flagged vessel, something that the Fifth Fleet dismissed as, quote, patently false, end quote. I don't trust the Americans. I feel like they'd be lying just to seem like they're strong. Oh, we didn't lose that ship. It's just missing. Oh, God. He looks like a pedophile. Lower revenue for Egypt. Oh, so it's a vital source of hard currency for the country's troubled economy, as well as higher costs for shipping that could push up global inflation. Maybe Egypt should be on the right side of this war. Huh.
Also, that's their primary concerns, is like global inflation, economic stability for the quote international market. It's like there's a genocide going on.
I chose the wrong side in a genocide, and now I'm losing money. This is bad. I want my money back. It's almost like genocide isn't the best endeavor to engage with if you want to maintain international stability. John Gambrill. Look at his face. Looks like it's the most British looking American I've ever seen. Iran is directly involved. Citation needed. European. It's funny that whole like article they linked for it had like no evidence for it. It was just like about people saying that Iran's involved. European Union pushes for Palestinian statehood, rejecting Israel's leaders' insistence that it's off the table. Um,
Uh,
that's probably going to be a two-state solution and not like go by Israel. The European Union's
yeah.
never going to be that cool. Um, U.S. military ends rescue search for Navy SEALs lost in raid on ship with Iranian weapons. I also feel citation needed. What should just be some weird fishing vessel and they accidentally drowned in the sea because they landed like just a little too far away from it and they couldn't swim. Because while they're Navy SEALs, they don't know how to swim. They're the B team. They didn't have the A team around because they were like too busy
Yeah.
shooting civilians somewhere.
Shooting some Somali pirates or something like that. Or
That might be how they
interestingly enough,
died because they probably don't fucking win often against the power of the Somali pirates.
we haven't actually heard too much about the Somali pirates since this Yemen situation really started kicking off.
I'd like to see the Houthis unite with the Somali pirates against merchant vessels. When?
Political support.
I know the Somalis are like quite far away, but we can make this work. You need to build up an international solidarity movement to make a GoFundMe to send Somali pirates enough money to fly a plane into Yemen, and then like we'll send them the rest of the money so they can get into the dirty with their contacts and get some guns sorted over there, and then they can all like go on like speedboat RPG raids. It'd be beautiful. Everyone thinks the Soviet Union invented the RPG to take out tanks. Nah, nah, nah. It was for pirates to blow holes in war vessels. Bring it on. U.S. sanctions Iraqi airline, its CEO, and Hamas cryptocurrency financiers. Hamas coin when?
Base.
Here's the latest. U.S. and U.K. bombs Houthi rebels again, officials say. Washington, the U.S. and British militaries bombed multiple sites used by the quote-unquote Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen on Monday night. Several U.S. officials said it's the second time the two allies have conducted coordinated retaliatory strikes on the rebels' missile launching capabilities. According to officials, the US and UK used warship and submarine launched Tomahawk missiles and fighter jets to take out Houthi missile storage sites and launchers. The officials spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss an ongoing mission. The joint operation comes about 10 days after the US and British warships and fighter jets struck more than 60 targets in 28 locations. That what was the what was the first U.S. military response to what has been a persistent campaign of Houthi drone and missile attacks on commercial ships since the start of the Israel-Hamas war in October. The Houthis link their attacks to the conflict. The Houthi media office said in an online statement that several American and British raids targeted Yemen's capital, Sana'a, and Jamal Hassan, a resident from South Sana'a, told the Associated Press that two strikes landed near his home, setting off car alarms in the street. An Associated Press journalist in Sana'a also heard aircraft flying above the skies of Sana'a on overnight Monday. The latest barrage of Allied attacks follows an almost daily assault on Houthi missile launchers by U.S. fighter jets and ship-based Tomahawks over the past week. The chaotic wave of attacks and reprisals involving the United States, its allies, and foes suggest that the retaliatory strikes have deterred the Houthis from their campaign against Red Sea shipping and the broader regional war that the US has spent months trying to avoid is becoming closer to reality. It's almost like bombing people doesn't fucking work. Okay, this is showing like lists of different articles that I see. Fuck. UK's
In
alleged
case
use.
anybody,
Oh, sorry, go on.
in case anybody wonders, the Fifth Fleet is the one that patrols that whole area of what they call the Middle East. It was actually the one that my brother was part of when he was in the Navy. It's one of the most important fleets around there. They're based in Bahrain, if memory serves correctly. Yeah. We actually have 7 fleets. So the U.S. is. What is the first? Yeah, we have like seven fleets around the world. Second fleet. Well, I guess the first fleet would probably be the U.S.
I'm gonna I'll read the title and I'm gonna like highlight the text and get it to read it for me because my voice hurts. UK's alleged use of Cyprus bases to arm Israel and hit Yemen draw protests. Monitors and media reports claim Britain is supplying Israel's army for its war in Gaza from military bases in Cyprus. We get Microsoft Susan. Go on, Susan.
Crowds of angry Cypriots gathered at a British airbase on Sunday to protest against the
Where's
alleged
Aria?
funneling of weapons to Israel for its brutal war in Gaza. Akrotiri, near Limassol in southern Cyprus, is one of 2 military sites retained by the British military under the 1960 treaty that saw the island gain independence from colonial rule. Keep reading. Who are the Houthis? A simple guide to the Yemeni group. How long can Israel's
war on Gaza continue? Barber, this isn't camping on being displaced by Israel's war on Gaza. Cyprus braces for refugee arrivals amid Lebanon warfares. The demonstration against the British base at Akrotiri is being organised to condemn the transport of arms from the British bases to support the Israeli army's military operations in the Gaza Strip, said Karis Pashirs, head of the Cyprus Peace Council. Since the latest escalation of the Israel-Palestine conflict began on October the 7th, locals have seen a daily increase in the number of flights from Akrotiri, Pashir said. The base is about 40 minutes flying time from Tel Aviv. People have also become aware of the
Voice readers have gotten so much better. Like, holy shit.
Did you notice like it was like the voice just changed like midway through?
Yeah, I changed it. I changed it to an Irish one so it wasn't American. I can't stand American electronic voices. It's like they take the worst sounds of California and condense it into one. It's like, why wouldn't you choose someone from like the Midwest or the Northeast or even the South to read it? Like, why Californians? They're like rated the most annoying sounding Americans. Like, no shame to anyone for having an accent. It's just like there's something about that like really hard A California kind of speak that's just like, oh god, no, put them out their misery, put them out their misery. But yeah, no. Um, yeah, it's good to see Cyprus is in protest against Britain's use of its region as an outlet for its imperialist operations in both Israel and Yemen.
Yeah, Cyprus has historically been the forefront of anti-imperialism in that region because the British
We're in the middle of
have
a
been
freeway
fucking with
between
that.
Greece, Britain, and Turkey.
Yeah, and they've been, that's all about, probably because they want to keep their bases there and shooting protesters and fucking.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough in Cyprus. So I was surprised when some comrades didn't know anything about it. I was like, shit, like 2014 ring any bells? Oh, I need to stop biting my fucking lips.
Of the illegal presence of thousands of American soldiers now stationed in Akrotiri, he added. Britain's Ministry of Defence has released some information on RAF flights between Akrotiri and Israel but refuses to specify what is being transported and will not disclose details of US activity from Cyprus. Defence Minister Grant Shapps told Parliament on December the 5th that the UK would provide only defensive materiel or materiel that might help with the recovery of hostages during the conflict.
Materiel?
Yeah, there's some weird words that, like, you know, these AI voices will like certain acronyms that
I
they'll
mean,
be
it
like.
could be an accent thing, because like I think if I put it in like English normal, it would probably say material. It could be a material. No, that doesn't make sense. No, okay, it might just be the computer fucking up. But then again, it does sound like something the English would be like mate real, because you know, like, hey up mate. Um,
Also, I have no idea why. I mean, I believe it, but why is the it illegal for U.S. activity in Cyprus again, or troops, or whatever it said? I mean, I believe it, but they don't really explain like why.
why it's what?
Why it's illegal for U.S. troops to be in Cyprus in
Because they're
British
not
bases.
involved there. The UK has legality to operate in Cyprus.
Ah.
Yeah, they're the UN like peacekeeping force there basically. And by UN peacekeeping force, I mean Britain specifically monitors that war and is like the leading power in how the engagements are handled there. And so Britain is abusing its power to over that region to allow the US to operate there. And so they're refusing to disclose what the US is doing. Okay. So Israel war on Gaza. Israel killed about 1,139 Palestinian, at least 23,843, including at least 9,600 children. Occupied West Bank has lost at least 347 people, including 92 children. Injured at least 8,730 Israelis to 60,317 Palestinians, including at least 8,663 children, more than 7,000 missing. And then in the West Bank, 4,000 people have been injured.
Israeli newspaper Haaretz has reported a spike in the delivery of equipment and arms to Akrotiri. Some 40 heavy transport aircraft operated by the United States Air Force landed there in the first 24 days of the war from US and NATO depots in Europe, according to Haaretz. Another 20 heavy-lift planes from Britain's Royal Air Force arrived at the base over the same period, the newspaper added. Week in the Middle East. Declassified UK, a news website focused on British foreign policy, revealed in November that RAF transport aircraft flew daily from Akrotiri to Tel Aviv between October the 13th and 26th. Over the 2 months prior to October the 7th, Declassified UK found no record of British military flights from Akrotiri to Israel. Commenting on an A400M military transport plane operated by the RAF landing at Israel's Nevatim airbase.
Okay, this is really important to note. So, like, the point that they're showing there is that the UK didn't actively decide to start sending large arms or whatever the fuck they're sending in those transport aircraft to Israel until, well, nearly 7 days after the attack happened, and there was no precedent for it 2 months before the attack. That's really key to look at. I'm looking at this entire, like, situation and the peculiarity of it, and the show of a willingness for genocide amongst the Anglosphere in this conflict, even more so than Europe, the European Union, or anyone else is involved. The US and the UK seem to be the only two imperialist powers that are opposed to a two-state solution. Which isn't a solution either. 2 states isn't a fucking solution, but, like, we're at that bad that that's starting to become the low bar we're setting the behaviors of the US and the UK by. Like,
it's getting that fucking bad. It's horrible. It's not surprising that the US is supporting Israel. Since the U.S. just like Israel, well, quote unquote Israel, is also a settler colonial state and a white concept, and once again they're only doing this to maximize their profit and continue and try to uphold their crumbling global hegemony.
I mean, this isn't a measure of maximizing profit. This is a measure of maximizing influence. Those two things coincide, but they're not the same thing. Because if they were trying to maximize profits, they'd have stopped the war when it started.
Right.
Their war ministry is probably making a good bunch, but, like, this has caused a global crisis for trade. And they knew it was going to happen. I don't think they were born yesterday.
Not the dropped off.
But yeah,
I think the reason that they're sending these arms is sort of like a green light for them to commit genocide. It's like, it's not even so much that they need the arms. Well, I mean, they do and they don't. They need the arms, but the point is, like, it's giving them the green light to, like, okay, you can go in and fucking slaughter these people.
Yeah, they're trying to strengthen Israel as like an uncompatible ally in the region, and to do that they need to support Israel's genocide. That's the UK and the US's mindset, in my opinion. I think they're trying to sweetheart Israel to be more on their side rather than China's, and they're also trying to secure a greater foothold in that area of the region with Israel's influence and control, because the US and the UK were more willing to play it safer with the way Israel operated, 10, 20 years ago. And now it's like, this is the most vehement support we have ever seen for Israel attacking Palestine from the US. The UK is kind of similar in that regard too.
Airbase on December the 4th, Meral Hussein S., a British Liberal Democrat peer of Turkish Cypriot background, suggested the jet was unlikely to be delivering humanitarian aid.
Oh, so sorry
It's
for leaving.
long
I
overdue
had to make a
these
call.
British bases in
it's
Cyprus were
things playing.
handed back to the Cypriots, she posted on social media.
You know.
Ersin Tatar, who heads the ethnic Turkish administration that runs the northern third of the island, told Turkey's state-run Anadolu news agency that the British interfere in another country's affairs by using these bases. Because of the bases they acquired in the past, the UK can conduct military operations in these regions as it pleases, said Tatar. According to the Campaign Against Arms Trade, Israel uses F-35 jets to bomb Gaza. The aircraft is jointly produced by US, UK and other partners.
Yeah, because for some reason we signed on to the F-35 program. Yeah, so like this is what I was getting at earlier with like places like Cyprus. UK has had an advantage in regions surrounding these kind of places because of the bases that it has acquired either through intervention work in recent time or through old colonial holdings of older times of yesteryear. And Noob's back.
Hey, noob.
Yo.
And so like what we're seeing is that the UK is bending in like the UN's flimsy international laws as far as it can, illegally allowing the US to operate out of these bases that, as far as like the quote unquote international law is concerned, the UK is only meant to be operating in those bases to mediate the Cyprus conflict between Greece and Turkey, and their attempts to colonize Cyprus, respectively. And so like what we see is it's like these bases were otherwise being occupied in the loose ways because the conflict's been kind of at a dim at the moment, so they've not really been doing much in the sense of like actually fighting any war in Cyprus or like mediating the Turkish against the Greece, which the British have an interest on the side of the Greece in that regard. Then as soon as a conflict in that region arises, Cyprus then becomes a center point of operations for the British to operate logistical support for Israel, as well as be an outlet for both US and UK joint military operations within the Southeast Mediterranean, the Suez, and the Red Sea. No. Fucking mouse click. I want to avoid a situation of it like reading out hyperlinks.
Yeah.
Oh no, that would be horrible.
Other weaponry being used in the densely populated strip involving US and UK production are M270 rocket launchers and Paveway 2 guided missiles. Equipment ferried to and from Cyprus is frequently carried on board C-17 Globemaster, a 400 Atlas and C-130 Hercules military transport aircraft. The Globemaster is the logistics backbone of many Western militaries and can carry loads of up to 77 tons. It is capable of delivering Black Hawk helicopters and even Abrams tanks. Social media posts from Israel's army show weapons being delivered to the Nevatim airbase, while Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport has received equipment including armored vehicles. Our country cannot be used as a base for war operations. Meanwhile, there are also questions about the extent that the government of the Republic of Cyprus, which controls the island's southern territory, is kept informed of how Akrotiri and Dikelia, the British base housing a UK electronic intelligence station, are being used in the Gaza war. Armed Forces Minister James Heapy last month said Britain informs the Republic of Cyprus about flights to and from Akrotiri, where appropriate, although there is no formal requirement to do so. Asked about Britain and the US supplying Israel from Akrotiri in November, Cypriot President Nikos Christodoulidis said, "There is no such information. Our country cannot be used as a base for war operations." However, as the UK's sovereign base areas are technically outside Cyprus, his reply could be seen as not referring to them.
Okay, that's bullshit though, because it is part of Cyprus. Like, okay, so it's in Cyprus. It's in Cyprus. It's just that Cyprus is not the Republic of Cyprus does not have full control over all of its territory. That's an important thing to take in this. There's a part of it that isn't the Republic, which is owned by Turkey, and then you also have the British areas, which are they're free of both states in quotation marks, kind of like shit you would find in a DMZ kind of thing, and so they're exempt from the what Cyprus thinks or cares about. Is basically what's being suggested here.
I think there also is a demilitarized zone in Cyprus too.
Oh, there
along
is. That's
with,
what Britain controls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Britain controls the demilitarized zone because they're the mediators of the conflict. Yeah, no, it's fucked, and so those areas are just easy places for the British to have a reign over what's going on over there. They've basically been like manhandling the entire conflict from its beginning.
That's fucking disgusting.
Going on for ages.
Them.
I wonder if there's a good documentary on the whole conflict that's happening with Cyprus. Also, do you pronounce it Cyprus or Cyprus? I'm confused.
It's Cyprus. Or Cyprus.
Gotcha.
It's Greek, so it's Cyprus. They don't have a C in Greek.
Gotcha, Cyprus. Gotcha.
Still sounds kind of funny the way you're saying it, but
Me?
yeah.
Kenny MacAskill, a British MP who has raised questions in Parliament about
Well, I think
Akrotiri's
even I'm
alleged
butchering
role
it.
in the Gaza war, said it was disgraceful that both UK citizens and a sovereign state are denied information as to what is being done.
I don't speak to my Greek
He
friend anymore,
added,
so I
the
can't
use of
really
RAF
do that.
Akrotiri does seem to allow the UK to deny information and complicity by saying it's the USA. Equally, the USA avoids disclosure by saying it's UK territory. Meanwhile, it seems clear that supplies are being transported to Israel when war crimes are being perpetrated by that country. In recent days, the base has also been used to launch fighter jets attacking Yemen, as it was previously in Iraq and Syria. The British base has been used repeatedly to supply arms to Israel and now to bomb Yemen, a sovereign country, Lindsey German, convener for the Stop the War Coalition, said. Around 500 demonstrators carrying Palestinian and Republic of Cyprus flags marched to the gates of Akrotiri on Sunday. Cyprus is neither a US NATO nor a British aggressive launching pad, Bri'ish said. We the Cypriot people do not want our country to be involved in any way in the bloody massacre taking place in the Gaza Strip.
Well said. No, yeah, like
All power.
the Cypriot people have always been known for their anti-imperialist spirit.
Doesn't surprise me, considering that they are colonized people.
They've been
So
trapped
they're-
between like Greece and Turkey for like ages now, like talking hundreds of years.
So they understand what the Palestinian people are going through, and colonized people in general, for that matter.
So, in response to what you previously said, like, is there any documentary about this? I mean, there is a podcast series about Cyprus that I listened to that was very good about
Who's it by?
the British Radio War Nerd, but they're probably behind a paywall. It's about British involvement in starting the conflict in Cyprus and carving out, the northern part for Turkey. Basically, There was also a book by fucking, I don't like the guy, but it was Christopher Hitchens actually wrote a pretty good book about Henry Kissinger's involvement in Cyprus, I believe.
Yeah.
That's
Because I think because he was the one who greenlit the whole invasion in the, what was it? The
Of course he
70s?
did.
Yeah.
Of course he fucking did.
I can't remember the book at the moment.
Yeah, what's it? And
It's
most of the good
Sorry.
things that Hitchens ever says, it tends to be like
Pre-90s
geopolitics.
shit.
Well, I mean, it's like geopolitics stuff. Like, you know, when he's talking about, like, if he's talking about anywhere that's far away from America, he tends to say something that's, like, bearably okay. It's not going to be perfect, but, like, it's somewhat insightful. And then you hear him talk about, like, politics in the US, and it's like, we need to unite the left and the right and form a totally not fascist party, my dudes.
Jesus.
Certainly not class collaborationism.
Oh no, I think he's well aware he's supporting class collaborationism and doesn't care.
Oh no, I'm aware.
If you
I'm aware.
told him, no, I don't mean like in like a subtle way. I mean like if you told him that, he'd probably just go, yeah, and
Yeah.
like he's so open about it. He doesn't give a shit. Like he went on Jimmy Dore and literally turned around and went, we need to reunite the far right and the far left. That was his words, like blatantly, and then like Jimmy used it as the title to be all like fucking like, oh my god, look, this amazing intellectual is telling me I need to like Trump and stuff. And that's not me like being like parodic either. The guy was basically telling people to like at least Trumpians. Not necessarily Trump himself, but he was saying some pretty sympathetic things to Trump.
Does not surprise me whatsoever. Fucking piece of shit.
I can hear Gangaros' anger, and I think it's for the same reason mine is, and that's because Hitchens seemed like a pretty, like, decent social democrat at first.
I think you're getting Chris Hedges mixed up.
Oh, am I? Oh, they're basically the same dude.
I mean, I know they did have a debate about, atheism, but that was
that's not why. It's just I get the last names mixed up.
Yeah.
They both almost sound the same. Like Hitchens, Hedges, same dude basically.
Basically the same person at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's
like your mom and your dad, the same person if you think about it.
both trots basically.
Oh, but Hitchens doesn't say good things about geopolitics. That's why I thought I was like, because if it's Hedges does tend to say something okay about geopolitics once every now and then.
But yeah, I need to do.
God, now I'm probably gonna get fucking like voice clipped of me saying Hitchens is like insightful about something. Like,
yeah.
Oh boy!
Don't quote me. I made a mistake.
Don't clip that, guys. Don't clip that. But fucking I need to do more and sorry for coming in late, but I need to do more of my research on Kupris. It's not, I don't know much about it. Thankfully, I'm learning by reading this, although I'll definitely have to reread it. But it just sounds like typical neocolonialism, multiple imperialist states having control economically and socially, politically over a nation, and them scrambling to get as much profit and as much influence within them. And other regional countries that are close to them, use them as a scapegoat.
About strategic geopolitics. That's what Kupris is about. Like, Kupris is about strategic control over the Mediterranean.
Yep.
It's used to protect profits, but Kupris as an island is not necessarily a very profitable endeavor market-wise. It's more so about kind of similar to Israel, where like a big part of it is its like regional advantages that it gives. And so the British and the Americans, they basically like worked together to gain control over that area of the Mediterranean.
Right.
It's like key strategic thing, and it was a bit of a reaction as well to Egypt's like greater control over the Suez. After the what was it, the 1967 war. Well, actually, even after the 1956 war with Britain, was it 56? When was it the UN
I mean,
kicked Britain's shit in because they started a war with Egypt? I think it was 56. Um,
maybe I could be wrong.
yeah,
Maybe I
yeah,
don't have enough
the
memory.
Britain invaded Egypt, and then like the whole that was when because Britain actually pats themselves on the back for having invented the UN intervention organization for like preventing like wars, like where they all like the US, that's it, the US peacekeeping or the UN peacekeeping organization. Britain takes like they literally openly take credit for starting it because they invaded Egypt. That was the propaganda they were espousing, like near the time it happened. We're not even talking like way off where they're just trying to whitewash Fargon history. No, that was their way of whitewashing it at the time. Yeah, you might be
Kind of,
calling us warmongers, but we created the UN Peace Organization.
kind of
You like us
ironic
now?
kind of ironic that they call it a quote unquote peace organization. Fucking ironic.
Well, no, at that point it was started to do that. It got the British to stop the war in Egypt. That's what I'm saying. The
Ah,
imperialists made a peace organization to stop Britain invading Egypt.
hmm.
And so the UK says that they're the ones that caused it to exist, and so they deserve credit for its existence.
That's
And that was
fucked
their way
up.
of justifying, like, not getting backlash for that war.
By making by by basically fucking by basically fucking bragging it to everyone else. Fucking hell.
They're bragging because everyone came together and said maybe Britain should be stopped, and they're like, you know, we're just doing such cool things that they had to stop us, so like we should get the credit for the stuff they did to stop us, you know.
Indeed. We should get the credit for our genocide because other nations want us to stop it. So we should get credit for that.
Oh, this wasn't an
Fucking
attempt to genocide the Egyptians. It was an attempt to take over the Suez Canal.
right. So they're privatize and colonize their land.
No, it was just to take control over the Suez Canal.
Hmm.
The strait, the canal, the water.
Yeah. Control over the trade routes.
Yeah. Britain had lost Egypt, its main geopolitical, like, regional control buddy in that area. This is before they did the major takeover in Cyprus. So, like, the Egypt was, like, strategically important for their control over the Suez because Britain had lost Palestine. Because the international community again came together to vote for a thing to happen because Britain was going to start a war. That wasn't the only reason. Obviously, there was the Zionism of countries like the US that massively guided a lot of these decisions. But, like, apparently one of the many reasons why the Soviet Union stupidly decided to support Israel was because the British were going to invade Palestine if the UN hadn't come to a position to form Israel as like as a sovereign state rather than the weird illegal state that it was at the time. I mean, it's still an illegal state now by anyone who has a moral code, but by quote unquote international law, it's a legal state, is what I mean. Fucking laws,
Mm-hmm.
always so peculiar. But and so like Britain couldn't get Egypt back. I mean, they were probably gonna try, but like they would at least get control over the Suez Canal first, because that's the trade route that they've dominated for God knows how long and wanted to maintain their dominance over. Actually, Israel's move in the '60s to take Egyptian land that borders Palestine and Palestine and Israel, borders Palestine and Egypt. I guess Egypt's Israel now.
How were they?
That was a move by
Curious.
Israel to get like their own foot in on the Suez Canal
How was the UK planning on taking the Suez Canal through?
by force. They
through
invaded the country.
Okay.
They invaded it in conjoint collaboration as well with France and Israel.
Gotcha. So colonialism, basically.
Yeah, and then the U.S. And a few other countries got together and was like, and the Soviet Union and all that, and they were like, this is bad. This shouldn't be the thing that happens. This is a no-no, and so then they got Britain out because it was basically a move by the British and also the French to try and one-up U.S. control in the region. The US actually originally saw NASA as a positivity because it knocked the British off their pedestal. Like, they knew NASA would end up being something that they would see as a problem in the future, but to them, NASA was a positivity because it stopped the UK from having a monopoly on the Suez. Israel was quite fond of the UK's monopoly on the Suez, so that's why they were involved. They also wanted that island that would give them also a bit of control over the Suez. Well, island, it's more like a massive patch of land that's loosely connected to Palestine, and then the Suez passes through it. That used to be a part of Israel. I can't remember the name of it. Sorry, part of Egypt. I've called Egypt Israel so many times now, it's unreal.
The Suez Peninsula.
Well, yeah, but it has like an actual
Sinai
name.
Peninsula.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and so like Israel was planning to take that a lot earlier than they had taken it, as a part of their bargain and all of this to take over the Suez. And actually, if the British, the French, and the Israelis had succeeded in this would have given them a one-up in being able to compete with U.S. imperialism. Which is an intriguing aspect on history, because that would have made the Cold War crisis a nightmare. So the U.S. actually protected its interests of NATO in like being an organized unit against the Soviets at this point by nipping the British in the arse, like through the UN, well, and the French, but the French are basically just the British, but ha ha ha, wee. Oh, fuck.
In general, I need to do more research on the different countries in the Mediterranean. That's one of the reasons that I don't know much about. I know some. I know information, just not specific information.
There's a place in the central Mediterranean I forget the name of. Starts with an M.
Malta.
Malta. There you go. You knew exactly where I was going.
Yeah, Kara, we were talking about Malta before I mentioned it. I mentioned it to you before because I didn't know much about Malta, and when I searched it up, I was surprised to see that the
British have a long history of operating in Malta.
Oh no, yeah, that as well, and the fact that the Maltese, I believe that's what the people there are called.
Yeah.
But the Maltese are a Semitic ethnic group. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they are.
Which does not surprise me whatsoever that they're colonized by the British.
It does make me think of the pub in I guess Americans don't call them pubs, but oh well. The tavern
The bar.
in America called the well, this is in the West, so it'd be a tavern. Bars are a very East America thing. Get it right, Easterner.
I've never heard it called.
You never heard of the tav? You never heard of a tavern?
I've heard the word tavern. I know what.
Yeah, it's a western southwestern thing. It's a frontline sort of thing. I mean, they have bars in the West. I'm being facetious, but like it's like tavern is like the old school like pub of the West, the frontier.
Oh, no, yeah, I've just never heard anybody say that word to refer to a bar. I know that
we literally we used to have a place called the Tavern here in our town center, like because tavern is a term that actually comes from England and was commonly used for pubs in England. It's actually synonymous with the word pub. That's why taverns don't tend to have gambling machines, while bars do.
Another name for tavern or bar is brothel as well.
Say sorry and then just continue.
Sorry.
Another one, I can one up you with speakeasy. When people
what?
like speakeasy.
Speakeasy.
Speakeasy, yeah.
No, that one is not. No, that's a term that I don't hear often.
I mean, like, there's a lot of like old timey like terms that have gone out of fashion like that. Like, I remember one time my grandmother used the term for like I forget what she was even talking about, but she basically called something quote queer ducks, as in like it's weird, or that's what the term she grew up. Yeah, that's like really like
the fucking 40s called. They want their expressions back.
Yes.
Fucking when
I mean,
hear
she
the
was
word
still
tavern,
using the term. Oh, that's good. She was still using the term loose lip sink ships.
Oh my god, that's a
World War
classic
II
though.
It's like a World War II era term.
It is.
Fucking when I hear of the word tavern, I think of I think of a fucking medieval fantasy show. That's what I think about when I hear the word tavern.
Tavern's like like a Wild West thing. Like, have you never seen anything Wild
Yeah.
West? Like when they go into the
Not-
saloon, that's a tavern.
Deadwood, you know.
I don't see that much Wild West shows.
You never heard
you
of a
should-
saloon?
I know what a saloon is. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know-
that's
I
a
know-
tavern.
Oh, okay.
If
Yeah.
you want to watch if you want to watch a good Wild West show, HBO has a series called Deadwood. It's very good. It's like a drama series.
'Cause
It's
There's
based on a
only
real
one-
place.
I don't know whether the word comes
And
from
real
Old
history.
Anglo-Saxon or whether it comes from Norwegian, but like tavern is like it's like Old German.
The
What was you saying,
The,
Garo?
the only-
Sorry.
the only two Wild West shows or entertainment that I've watched are it's a Netflix show called Godless. I'm not sure if y'all have seen it. I watched it a while back. It was pretty interesting when I watched it. The second one, which was one of my favorite movies of all time, is Django Unchained. I love Django Unchained. That was a really good movie as well.
Yeah, but what I mean is like any media that has like the Wild West in it, they enter a saloon, and a saloon is a tavern. They're literally the same person.
Yep.
But yeah, I also want to know more about Malta. That one also interests me.
Oh,
If
that's what I was
remember-
gonna say. Like when I've heard the Maltese, it makes me think of the Maltese Falcon, which is a tavern in Fallout 1.
Really, I didn't. Really, that's really interesting. I've never played Fallout 1.
Then you've never played Fallout.
If I remember correctly, I think the Maltese are Sephardi. I think they're Sephardi Jewish. I could be wrong though.
Yes, if I remember rightly. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah. The
I mean, they're right
Sephardi,
off-
the
they're-
Sephardi are also in South Balkans, Southwest Balkans.
hmm The Sephardi are mostly located in northern Africa, and Malta is right off the coast of northern Africa, so it makes sense.
They've been conquered by various different peoples over the years. There was an Arab period, there was a Roman period, there was a Norman period, there was the
Nor-
Crown of Aragon period.
Oh yeah, I remember that. The Crown of Aragon.
Did the
weren't
Turks
they,
ever conquer as well, or did they like take over it when they took over the Arab
they-
Empire?
The Ottomans tried to conquer it, but they were driven out by Rhodes, like the
Interesting.
Spanish or one of those people.
If I remember correctly, didn't the Moors conquer them as well?
No.
The Italians there,
I thought-
because like you would have thought the because they
No.
never managed to get it in World War II.
I would have
The British, because the British
No.
used
I
that
would've-
as their little base of operations in the Mediterranean during the war.
No, the Italians have never controlled it. I mean, the key, like the place, like the nation of Italy, like has never controlled it. No, I mean
kind of surprising
maybe like
considering.
it's like Kingdom of Sicily, maybe, but that's not really
Yeah.
Italy.
Okay, no,
Yeah,
that makes
exactly,
sense that
Sicilian.
Sicily would have controlled them at some point. I'm not surprised that Italy didn't at the point of my question, because like the only time they really could have would have been like the 20th century, and Britain, I know for certain Britain held on to it throughout that period because it was the center point of British operations in the Mediterranean Sea throughout the war.
Well, I mean, they had a choice of invading it in like 1940, but they chose instead to drive onto the Suez Canal in Egypt instead. And then they really
Didn't end well
pushed on
for them.
serious. Yeah, it didn't go too well. And then they did a serious bombing campaign that lasted until 1943.
Do we take a strategic position that allows us more control in the Mediterranean to further attack other targets, or do we attack the most armed and well-defended colony of the British in Africa? Bum bum
Very interesting.
Curb your Italianism.
Decisions.
Decisions. We live in a society. We truly do. Fucking
I fucking wish we did.
this part isn't in the Mediterranean, but I also need to do more history on the Canary Islands, especially because they're colonized lands by Spain. The indigenous people out there are still there, if I remember correctly. The Guanche people.
I don't know much about the Canary Islands, so I couldn't tell you. A bit of a blind spot for me.
The Canary Islands are a. Like,
I know where they are. I know what they are. I just don't know much about them. Is what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Like, I don't know much about the peoples there. I know about the Spaniards, but that's the easy part. Pretty easy to spot Spaniards. They're usually like yelling slurs or Italian people or something. And I mean, how do you spot Italian people? They're usually saying something anti-Semitic.
Or something, or
joke for all my Americans out there who knows that one Italian American friend that says the K slur all the time.
Or fucking, it's either that or they fucking demonize and dehumanize Sicilians.
Yeah.
Because Sicily is it's a neo-colony of Italy. Also, I just searched it up. The Canary Island natives were different peoples of Berber origin who inhabited the islands until they were conquered by the Kingdom of Castile between. Come on, load.
Also, they came from the mainland themselves, and then the Castile came after.
Yep.
Okay. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. They both them and the Berbers lived on that archipelago, if I remember correctly.
Well, because yeah, it is pretty close to Spain, so it makes sense that like people from Spain would have like moved in there, or even people from Africa, because that's how close it is to Africa as well.
Oh yeah, it's right next to quote unquote Western Sahara. Yeah, it's right next to it. So I imagine that a lot of nations and ethnic groups from that region would also move there.
Yeah, so there might be like a there's gonna be a whole lot of like fucking different peoples from Africa that are likely gonna be appearing there. Sub-Saharan Africa is one of the most diverse places in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Also, damn, I didn't know the Sahara was a sub. Nice. Is there a Dom Sahara?
There's not a Dub Sahara, but there is a Chad.
We don't talk about Chad.
We don't talk about Chad, indeed.
Under rules from Gaddafi, we do not talk about Chad.
Fucking, I put Sub-Sahara on Google Maps, and instead of fucking taking me to Sub-Sahara, it took me to a subway. What the fuck?
Subway in Sahara. Which is probably like a city in like France for some reason.
Gotta love the random fucking nonsensical European towns. Like I could be fucking wrong, but I'm pretty sure that there's a town in Spain that's literally just called Balls, which is fucking hilarious.
I can't believe like all the different country names I've like accidentally flipped up, or like continent names. I flipped up Africa with Spain. I flipped up Yemen with Iraq with Israel. I think it was it was Egypt. I fucking mixed Egypt up with Israel like 5 times in a row. Kill streak.
It's not as bad as this guy that I knew that mixed up Nicaragua with Argentina.
I don't know. Sub-Sahara and Spain are like are far enough away from each other that it's a bit embarrassing.
True. They're still pretty close to each other though.
They are, but they're far enough to make the confusion makes me feel a bit awkward. Because it's not me. It's me going to say something and then saying the opposite thing that I'm thinking of. What's it? A former fucking comrade who's now a weird asshat. He once did the unfortunate thing where he accidentally mixed up Israel and Palestine while on a sensitive discussion, and he was like really like hitting a hammer, hitting the nail on the head with a pretty good statement, and then just kamikaze the statement by mixing the two countries up. Well, not really. I mean, it's an understandable mistake, but it's like the time for autism to be a cunt takes its times.
It's time now. Fucking hell. That's why whenever I say Israel, I either say quote unquote Israel, or if my camera's on, I do the thing with my fingers that indicate I'm using quotation marks.
I'll do that if my camera's off anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very handy person.
We all are.
Fucking men getting all sorts of weird ideas. Chill the fuck out.
I think we've
sorry.
I think we've gotten a little bit off topic with the Yemen thing.
Maybe.
Yes. Maybe just a little bit, you know. Gotta love ADHD. Let me see here. UK takes center stage in Red Sea action targeting Yemen's Houthis.
UK takes center stage in Red Sea action targeting Yemen's Houthis. 3 Royal Navy frigates are now in the region as the UK ramps up to its biggest military footprint since the Cold War.
No.
As an ally of Ukraine, the United Kingdom has been an outspoken opponent of Russian aggression and moved first to...
You don't know what an ally is?
Yeah, I know what an ally is.
Yeah. Like they pronounced ally wrong.
Oh, okay.
As an ally of Ukraine, fucking mate. The United Kingdom would be up Ukraine's back alley.
They kind of are. Fucking hell.
I was gonna be in that situation where I find out Americans have some like weird word they use instead of alley.
Actually, there is. Instead of alley, I've heard some people say back rooms for some reason.
Back rooms? I think that's just like people memeing on the back rooms. I don't think that's like a. That sounds way too Zoomer tier to be like official standard nomenclature.
No. I've genuinely heard it without referencing like the back rooms, the entertainment. Like I've heard some people actually say alleys as the back rooms.
I mean, they might say back rooms if there's rooms there, but like if it's an alley, it'd just be the back ways because that's just like a back alley. Like a back alley is a type of alley.
Isn't the back rooms like a creepypasta or something?
Yeah, it is. But like some people will say the back rooms if they're talking like behind stage and stuff. You know, it's just like another way of saying backstage, I guess. It sounds very New Yorker, though. Like, oh, in the back rooms, that sort of shit. I'm walking here.
There's also fucking some people call them thoroughfare. Fucking hell.
I don't know.
Hello.
Provide
Bye.
Ukraine with
Hello.
tanks and long-range
Welcome.
Don't be
Thanks,
sussy.
Token.
long-range missiles. As a participant in the multinational naval force working to neutralize the threat from Yemen-based Houthis to international shipping, it has raised its own military profile on the world stage. Keep reading. Hezbollah says US strikes on Yemen's Houthis harm maritime UK's Yemen's Houthis hit. We've acted at the forefront of global responses to maintain regional stability, UK Defence Secretary Grant Shapps said in a speech to Lancaster
Keep reading
House
that as
on
Grant
Monday.
Shats.
In October, after the Palestinian group Hamas attacked Israel, the UK was among the
Shank.
first countries to send a Royal
They
Navy
pronounce
task group,
Hamas as
Marine
if like ham ass.
They pronounce Ally Allies. They pronounce his name Shat. Fucking hell.
No, they're not pronouncing it as Shat. I'm just saying, every time I see the name Shaps, it just Shats is the way I read it and see it.
Oh, okay. I thought they said Shats.
No, they said Shaps.
That would be funny.
It would, but Microsoft's not going to make us laugh too hard now. I got to focus.
Indeed.
Marines and surveillance planes off Israel. Last December, after Yemen-based Houthis attacked international shipping in support of Hamas, the UK joined the US to lead the multinational Operation Prosperity Guardian in the Red Sea. On Friday, that force struck Houthi military sites after the Houthis targeted HMS Diamond and US Navy vessels with 21 drones and missiles. The UK used 4 RAF Typhoon FGR-4S to drop paveway for guided bombs on 2 facilities, a site at Barney used to launch reconnaissance and attack drones, and the airfield at Abs, used to launch cruise missiles and drones. Early indications are that the Houthis' ability to threaten merchant shipping has taken a blow, said the Ministry of Defence in a statement. The UK has been raising its military profile globally and its defence budget at home. Shapps said defence spending, already at £50 billion, $63 billion, this year, would rise to 2.5% of gross domestic product, GDP, as soon as possible, and he called on other NATO allies to follow suit. The justification for the Red Sea action has been to protect global trade.
This is an interesting point about Britain, is that Britain, since Boris Johnson came in, has been like ramping up a lot of its militancy, even though its military has actually been shrinking, which is something that like certain members of the intellectual community have been like losing their shit with the government over and trying to get them to arm up. The US wants the UK to increase how many arms it has and how many soldiers they have. But the UK's involvement around the world has been getting rampantly more militant. They went from being like it was like 7th or 8th highest donator to NATO to the 2nd largest contributor to NATO monetarily, which makes them have like NATO's a finance capital organization. Whoever's putting in the most amount of money is getting the fucking most out of it. Like, so the US and the UK are buddying up with each other because they're chucking so much in, while the EU is like 1 foot in, 1 foot out with NATO. And that's an important thing to look at here. We're seeing spheres form between the Anglosphere, the European Union and its influences, and the Chinese and their imperial influences, and the BRICS bloc and their influences as a congruent bloc of Brazilian, Russian, Indian and Chinese. Forgot what the S is. Shit.
Isn't
South
the S
Africa.
fucking...
South Africa.
South
that's
Africa.
that's the studgy little fucker I forgot about. Yeah, South Africa.
For some fucking reason, I was thinking of Syria for some reason. I don't know why.
No, Syria's not a BRICS country.
But fucking, it always fucking pissed me off how whenever I engage with fucking revisionist MLs, who fucking go on about how how China is quote unquote socialist, yet they're fucking supporting, and they're the third largest
But the
funder
kind of
of a
people that tell you
semi-colonial kind of
Saddam
state.
Hussein was a socialist.
They're the kind of fucking people that will tell you that the fucking Confederacy was on the quote unquote right side because they opposed.
Well, I mean, a lot of them
fucking-
wouldn't, but all of them probably will try and hook you that Saddam Hussein was a socialist. Like, they'll make all these, like, wanton arguments for how, look, he socialized society, and look, he kind of looks like Stalin. Fucking all these people need is a slightly chubby guy with a handlebar mustache, and that's enough for them to get off.
or rather, to rephrase my point, if they were alive during the fucking Civil War, they will probably support the Confederacy. But regardless, it's like they're really fucking stretching their mental fucking gymnastics. First with quote unquote Israel, then. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure China also has some neo-colonial bullshit happening in Cyprus as well, right?
I don't know. I don't know. That seems like a presumption you're making. I don't know. Like, I haven't confirmed or denied because I just don't know. Like, China isn't really that active in the Mediterranean compared to other powers. Russia has involvement in Cyprus. I know that, but
I know Russia. Yeah, Russia has like financial, but Cyprus is big for like
tax haven,
banking. Yeah, tax havens. A lot of that.
So China's gonna have a bank there, but that's probably most of it.
But yeah, no, the fucking revisionist shitheads are annoying as fuck to deal with. They're literally fucking justifying.
I mean, if you were gonna go anywhere else, Yemen, the ceasefire was something that was like courted by China. China could have done a lot more to give Yemen greater support, and they didn't. You know, if they're supposedly for the liberation of the Yemenese people, they would have been more for getting Saudi Arabia completely out of there and not. Saudi Arabia may be sort of kind of thinking about giving Yemen the rest of their land back, as a part of a sweetheart deal that they were cooking up, which they're probably now going to use the conflict against Israel as an excuse to not give it them.
For a supposed quote-unquote
Some 15% of the world's marine traffic passes through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, which separates the Indian Ocean from the Red Sea. From there it reaches Europe through the Suez Canal. Sign up for Al Jazeera.
I was really hoping it would say Suez Canal.
Week in the Middle East. Sign up for Al Jazeera.
I come from the Suez Canal.
It would be funny if they accidentally mispronounced it as saying the Swiss Canal.
The Swiss aren't allowed canals. They might melt if
As
they
of
get
a sanctioned.
No,
as and the Houthis are armed by Iran.
Stop it! No.
Armed attack occurs against a member of the Nothing shall.
Don't fucking laugh at what I'm stressfully trying to deal with something.
Sorry.
Oh my god, it keeps clicking off, for fuck's sake.
That's fucking weird.
It's because the mouse is a soft touch mouse, which keeps clicking off. Just let me do it. Oh, fucking hell.
Among the most affected are container ships, bringing manufactured products from China to the European market. When Maersk, the world's largest operator of container ships, said it was diverting its vessels around Africa on January the 5th, it prompted other shippers to do the same. The diversion adds about 10 days shipping time, increases costs, and could inflate prices.
Oh no, white people
Maersk made its decision after Houthis attacked the Maersk Hangzhou on January the 2nd. All tankers have been the other large category of ships affected since they use Suez to bring Middle Eastern oil to European refineries. 1/3 of the world's oil is moved by Greek-owned ships.
I didn't
Greek
know that.
tanker businesses have been monitoring the situation in the Red Sea for some time now, well before the most recent events, an advisor to a Greek tanker operator told Al Jazeera, preferring to remain anonymous. Incidents that were widely reported off Yemen in the last quarter of 2022 alerted everyone to the need to adopt a prudential stance. Not everyone in Europe has seen a similar need for the use of force. There's a wider question about the extent to which this was legal self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. International Relations professor at Pantheon University in Athens, Angelos Syrigos, told Al Jazeera.
How the fuck, of all the words to get right, it
Nothing
got
shall impair
Pantheon?
the inherent right of individual or
Or is
collective
it
self-defense if an
Pantheon?
armed
And like,
attack
it
occurs
actually
against a
didn't pronounce it
member of the
right.
United Nations, the
The
article
world may
says.
never know.
Italy is hiding behind the need for parliamentary approval of military force, said Syrigos. France and Spain are saying, we don't want to solve this through force because that risks escalation, he said. It is a huge problem, it is a consequence of other war outbreaks. I would not like to open a third front of war at this time, Italian Defense Minister Guido Crosetto told Reuters, in a reference to current conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza. Crosetto has also called on Ukraine to open negotiations with Russia. The risk of escalation is certainly present.
He's like, he doesn't want a war on three
Both
fronts, so
Hamas and the
Ukraine, can you just
Houthis
make
are
peace
armed
right
by
now so we
Iran.
can go invade
A
Yemen?
third Iran proxy, Lebanon-based Hezbollah, has also
I don't think that's
threatened
what
to
they're
attack
saying,
Israel.
but that's what it sounded like.
And there is the risk of Iranian direct
Hezbollah.
involvement.
They are
On
pretty
the 11th
baller.
of January, Iran seized an
They
oil-filled
are.
tanker in retaliation for the confiscation by U.S. authorities of a sanctioned Iranian oil cargo last year. An escalation could be a significant military challenge. The Israeli army is still fighting Hamas after more than 3 months of bombing and commando operations. Hezbollah is said to possess 150,000 rockets. And the Houthis may still have powerful weapons. They attacked Assoun's ship 3 days after the punitive attacks
Assoun.
by the US and UK.
Soon.
The London-based International Institute of Strategic Studies believed Iran had provided the Houthis with Sayed and Quds 800 km, 500-mile range missiles as well as 500 km, 300-mile range missiles with 300 kilograms, 660-pound warheads. Although the Houthis have linked their campaign against shipping to the ongoing fighting between Israel and Hamas, the weapons were being provided by Iran well before the Israeli-Hamas conflict erupted in October 2023, wrote the IISS's Fabian Hinz in an IISS blog. That suggests a strong, long-term Iranian focus on strengthening Houthi anti-ship capabilities and a potential attempt to export Iran's model of naval coercion from the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz to the geopolitically important Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The UK has nonetheless determined that an advanced defence is the best deterrent against possible future hostilities by other actors. The era of the peace dividend is over, said Shapps, referring to the post-Cold War years. In 5 years' time, we could be looking at multiple theaters involving Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. Ask yourselves, looking at today's conflicts across the world, is it more likely that the number grows or reduces?
Is that
I
even a
suspect we
question?
all know the answer. It's likely to grow.
Okay, it was a
UK
rhetorical.
is
I
about
was
to
gonna
field
say
36,000
dumb
soldiers
fucking
overseas,
question.
its highest number of land
We live
forces
in
in
an era of
40
peace.
years. There may be other reasons, too, why the British government is putting itself front and centre in the conflict. Britain considers that in the Middle East, it is still a great power. It is effectively saying, I need to maintain a presence there and keep an eye on events because I know the region well, said Syrigos.
No, yeah,
And the
that
UK's
aptly gets
governing
the British
Conservatives
mindset.
face a general
Fine.
election this year. Polls conducted by Ipsos and YouGov late last year found that only a quarter of Britons held a favourable view of Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, with more than half viewing him unfavourably. Whether the UK's action in the Red Sea proves as popular as its forceful stance in Ukraine remains to be seen.
Nice little cocky way to end. Yeah,
Wait, let me read it.
it was just playing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so like, no, they aptly get the UK's like mindset in the region that I need to maintain a presence there and keep an eye on events because I know the region well. So that's sort of like it's their backyard kind of mindset, like America does with South America.
Mm-hmm.
UK does this with North Africa and West Asia.
West Asia. Mm-hmm. Also, I was gonna say they pronounce there's some weird R's and it's like they pronounce Africa as Afrikar for some reason. Just
What?
found that funny.
The thing?
Yeah. The AI they pronounce Africa as Afrikar, but regardless,
It might
yeah, I know
just be
that.
like Irish accent because it's a Dublin accent.
Ah,
Africa.
okay.
Yeah, because in the bit of Africa in Dublin.
It's a car.
No, it's just the A. It's the same kind of A you get in the Midwest. Well,
No.
actually,
I
that one's
was
more like
joking.
the Scots Irish fucking way of doing it. But in Ireland, you get like really young, long, sort of sharp, very throaty A's.
Interesting.
And that's where America gets like its stereotypically heavy A that it does. Like that comes from like America's throatiness, like the throat is like sort of tugging in your throat. That comes from Scots Irish, especially up in the Midwest, especially in the Midwest. But the Southern accent as well takes a lot from Scots Irish. But it's like the Southern accent's like a jibbly jabbly of a lot of different things. It depends on which Southern accent we're talking of as well. Okay. So yeah.
The part about China one is interesting. Where what did they
Africa
say
on
there
January the
specifically?
5th,
What's that?
it
They say Africa fine.
I hear as Afrikar, but
They're
maybe
saying
that's just
Africa
me.
on. The word
Okay.
on is after it because it's saying the thing that's on January the 5th. So they're saying Africa.
Gotcha.
They're not even using the long A. The schwa.
Afrikar.
No, a schwa is like the type of A. So you've got A, and then you've got A. A is a schwa, A is not.
Africa.
No, I'm not about how to pronounce Africa. I'm saying they didn't use the schwa, the long A.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah, but you confusing me by like.
I'm just saying it.
I'm on my
just to say
period.
it,
Like I just want like as little hassle as possible at the moment.
Gotcha. But the part that they were talking about China was interesting.
Yeah,
how the
absolutely.
US, UK bombing of Yemen might help the Houthis. The Yemeni group could gain from a raised domestic and international profile, with a superpower taking them on.
How would that help them?
Well, okay. Let me just. Okay, so there's a number. The framing here.
Already sucks.
It's okay. This is literally like the rebel. Okay, so this is like the rebel alliance versus fucking the empire here. UK and US are the empire, and they're like the rebels. They're taking on this massive fucking imperial force, and it's just like they're like the ragtag, um, basically just the ragtag,
Group.
underdogs. Basically, that's
They're a
what they're
band of
saying.
dudes on a mission.
Fucking hell, that title is horrible.
I mean, like, I guess, I mean, this is coming from Al Jazeera, so I wonder if it's them trying to make the claim that, like, oh yeah, they're bombing us, but it's gonna bring, like, greater, like, light to the war of Yemen. Because, I mean, Al Jazeera is not perfect, but I'd expect them to be sympathetic to the Houthis rather than opposed to them.
Yeah, because isn't it like funded by Qatar?
I think it
Qatar
is,
doesn't-
but, like, they've been, like, really solid on supporting Palestine.
Yeah.
At least as far as I've seen from reports. Maybe they've done something stinky that I haven't seen. I'm not in the region, so my viewpoint on Al Jazeera is always going to be limited. Though I need to do as much as I can to limit that limitation on my understanding of Al Jazeera and their relation to the Middle East, given how large their influence is in the region as a news organization. But yeah, no, from what I've been reading, Al Jazeera has been a good place mainstream media wise to get information on the conflict. They've been pretty decent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can see the way they title it. Like the category is called Israel War on Gaza, so they're already like leagues ahead of every other news organization I point out there. They have a separate section just for Gaza's journalists.
Indeed.
Oh shit, Nasser Hospital reported to have lost power today after clashes.
Fuck, that's horrible. And then you have the picture. I wonder if the book for the PFLP, because foreign language press released a book called, if I remember correctly, The Strategy of the PFLP. I wonder if they go over.
I think it's called The Strategy and Tactics of the PFLP.
Right. The strategy and tactics of the PFLP. I wonder if they go over what's been happening in Yemen and Cyprus in that book, or Cyprus rather.
It's fine to say Cyprus. I just like to be pedantic.
Gotcha.
Like most people in Europe call it Cyprus at this point. It's like even if they like it's gonna be a mistake that's gonna be corrected for the next like 50 years if it does get corrected.
We speak American here.
I just know someone who's like has Greek heritage and like they know they know their fucking like their linguistics really fucking well, and so they're just like really pedantic about it. That's the same person who I learned how to pronounce Kaiser's name properly from, as well as what's it, Weedy Weedy Weechi. Or as everyone pronounces it, everyone pronounces Vidi Vidi Vici, but it's not a V, it's a U. Dinguses.
Weedy
Weedy Weechi.
Weedy Weechi. I wonder, who are the indigenous people of Cyprus? Who are they?
The Cypriots.
People living there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like saying like,
I mean, like there isn't one ethnicity really. Like they're Greco-Turkish.
Fucking! I was talking to someone. I was talking to someone. I was telling them how I was in this live and how we were talking about both the Yemen and the Cyprus situation, and they said, yeah, Cyprus sucks as a situation because Turkey and Greece both have claim on the land. I think the best situation is an autonomous federation that is independent and allows both groups on the island to run their own communities.
I mean, the communities aren't really entirely separate. There isn't just like Greek and Turks. There are Greek and Turks, and then there's Greco-Turkish that are on there as well. So like it gets a lot more complicated. They need a federation where they're working together, not just like each to their own. Like if anything, that would allow for conflicts to breed amongst the people there and will allow them to be influenced by Turkey or Greece. There needs to be some form of unity on that island. At the end of the day, they've both been people that have settled there. The Greeks a lot earlier than the Turks, but the Turks have been there long enough that, like, other than the new people moving in, same with the new Greeks moving in, that those peoples have been there for fucking centuries, and so it's like there needs to be some point of understanding between the two groups. Yeah, the Greeks have been there for like fucking yonks longer, so there definitely has to be consideration made about the Greek Cypriots. But like, there's also just like that understanding that like the Turk Cypriots are not like necessarily like big fans of Turkey's continuation of colonialism in the region.
Right.
It's like Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan's Turkic. They fucking don't like Turkey. Like, they might end up being a puppet of Turkey half the time they exist, but the people there are not so fond of Turkey just essentially abusing them whenever it feels like it. Actually, quite the opposite.
Right. Because of Turkey being an imperialist power and them taking advantage of other countries in the global
It's
south.
the history as well. Like, Turkey's colonialism in that fucking region was like, it was a bit of like a brutal whiplash. The Arabian Empire was already like pretty fucking bad. Like, I think a lot of people underestimate how horrifying a lot of the shit the Arabian Empire did, and also miss the fact that actually the chattel slave trade was started by the Arabian Empire. It doesn't take anything away from all the horrible shit white people did, but like, Arabs were also like a big part of that, and like everyone forgets about that because white people eventually turned Arabs. Well, actually, the Ottomans started the turn of Arabs into an oppressed group, and then the white people came and finished it off with World War One. But before then, Arabs like constituted like a colonial culture of their own, and were heavily instrumental in the development of the modern slave trade and
Indeed.
the transatlantic ones, to be specific. They didn't create that itself, though. They just created the ground basis for which the Europeans then went and escalated it onto a scale far beyond the Islamic slave trade.
Indeed. And and um uh even though they didn't have the same, even though they engage in the same racial hierarchy and white supremacy that the European settlers did with the color of your skin, they did take inspiration from Arabia and their concept of blackness being quote unquote impure, and then transfer that into race, into skin
Yeah,
color,
that comes
and it
from the
fucking influencing them.
Abrahamic religion itself. It's not just an Arabian concept.
Oh yeah.
It's but yeah, but not to get detracted, I was making a point as well. So then you had like the brutalism of our Arab Empire, which was already, we're talking like for its era, the Arabian Empire was one of the most powerful empires in the region. Like, the Europeans would have got their shit pushed if they tried hard enough. Like, they were a force to be reckoned with, but eventually they started to peter off, coming towards the was it the 15th century the Ottomans took over? It was the 16th century, I can't remember, or at least started taking over. Anyway, they started to weaken, and so what was you gonna say? Sorry.
The 15th century.
Okay, got it right the first time. Thank you. And the what's it? The Ottomans, they basically took advantage of a weakness that occurred in the Arab Empire. So the Arabs were trying to protect their colonial holdings, and it kind of left places like Riyadh and all that exposed, and so Turkey just did like a big old 1-2 and took over the capital of the Arab Empire. Bada bing, bada boom. Turkey eventually got the rest of the Arab caliphates, well, most of them, kind of, sort of, a lot of them, to side with the Turkish Empire and form the Ottoman Empire. And bada bing, bada boom, a bunch of like those weird sofa cushion footstools that have the storage facility in them formed an empire. It's what I think of whenever I hear the Ottomans. I'm like, wait, isn't that like a living room object or something that like middle class people own? I've only glimpsed at the Ottoman from afar, never come close.
also very interesting because it was during the 15th century that capitalism started to rise in Europe.
Yes. More so the 16th, the 1500s. But yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
1400s was a start to it, at least.
yeah, that's when it started to go off. I guess you could say you could say in the 15th century it would have been more mercantilism.
Mercantilism had been going on for ages. Um, Mercantilism goes like as far back as like feudalism's beginnings a bit. It was sort of like, so when feudalism started to form all these like integrated territories that were part of a lord's land, the bourgeoisie, which had already existed in slave society, though the name didn't exist then. Actually, the bourgeoisie name didn't exist then. They're called Bergamon back then, Anglo-Saxon word. And they had already been like a middle trading class, like even back in the Roman times. Um, Actually, the Jewish people that were being kicked out of the church for trading like Jewish people's belongings for Roman coin, basically, and they were kicked out for like ripping people off like that. They were they were mercantilists, like, like the preemptive to capitalists. Like, we're talking like the preemptive to the feudal version of capitalists. So we're going a bit back now. They were different to how they were in feudalism. And actually, the ones in mainline feudalism were different to semi feudalism when things started to shift and change a bit. But mercantilism had been going on throughout most of feudalism's existence. It was like something that was a sublet like economic formulation. It wasn't the mainline formulation of the economy, but it became a more and more integral part of the economy as market forces started to develop more and more within feudalism, albeit to the interests of the Catholic Church. Um, well, albeit against the interests of the Catholic Church, sorry. And so, as capitalism was flourishing, mercantilism was becoming too limited. The barons wanted something more out of it. The king wanted more efficiency for his imperial interests abroad. And so a decision was made by the monarchy to leave the Catholic Church and form the Protestant Church. It had nothing to do with marriage. He was more than happy to kill another wife. He didn't give a shit. He didn't give a shit what the Pope thought of him. He was going to do his own thing. But instead, they decided that they would make their own form of Protestantism, because actually the British Protestants weren't the first Protestants, that was the Germans. And their form of Protestantism would have King Henry VIII made the Pope of their own religion, which is still how Protestantism, Anglican Protestantism works to this day. Um, the monarchy is the Pope, like the leader of the religion. And the I should say the monarch is the Pope. But anyway, the and so what happened was when they ended Catholicism in the 1500s, they privatized the priories and formed them into productive instruments for the British Navy first, and then expanded out. Well, the English Navy, I should say. This is before Britain existed. The English Navy, in the first line of production that was opened up in a privatized priory, I think this was in the north of England, was the production of cannons for warships. This was technically the beginning of the pre-industrial build up to like the industrial revolution. So like industrialization was slowly occurring between like the 1500s and the 1700s, and then the 1700s is where we see things just start like fucking going off its tits. But this moment was the big change that allowed for that progressivity of private property development against feudal lord ownership. I think people forget how much actually more progressive it is for capitalists to own factories than it is for the lords to own a region of land and have all the power to control it. But the that that progressive development of private property over lordship, and baronism, and that eventually culminated in the English Revolution of 1648. And then they decided that the revolution was too much because the bourgeoisie are funny fuckers, and so they brought the monarchy back, crying about how they've been really, really, really naughty.
Beirut, Lebanon. Yemen's Houthis will not be deterred by United States-led attacks on them in retaliation for their targeting of Israel-linked ships in the Red Sea, and
It's
could
nice
in
to see it
fact
going
be
from
emboldened
Beirut
further,
instead of
say
fucking
analysts.
like Israel and all that,
On
like we had with AP.
Thursday night, the US and the United Kingdom bombed multiple sites in Yemen that Washington said were Houthi facilities, a day after they shot down missiles fired by the Yemeni group in the Red Sea. The bombings are the first time during this war that the US or its allies have attacked Yemeni territory.
Okay. So yeah, like it is nice to, like, you know, at least with Al Jazeera, rather than it being Associated Press of Israel, it's like, I mean, Lebanon has its problems, but I'd rather listen to their Associated Press than anything from fucking anything from Israel.
Indeed. Right. As well as the other fucking U.S. U.S. news sites that fucking support Israel, quote unquote.
Well, they're just talking like affiliated media, like.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this fuck up and make me angry again. Okay.
Oh, this one is short.
But the Houthis could gain from a raised regional and domestic profile as the world's sole superpower takes on a group that is not internationally recognized as the government of Yemen despite controlling large parts of the country, say experts. On the 10th of January, the US and the UK repelled 21 drones and missiles in the Houthis' largest operation yet on Red Sea traffic. And the United Nations Security Council, with the world's most powerful nations, focused on the attacks on Red Sea ships in a resolution that condemned the Houthis but also underscored their growing influence as a force to reckon with. The Houthis actually won that confrontation the day they started it, Abdulghani Al-Irani, a senior researcher with the Sinar Center for Strategic Studies, told Al Jazeera. Popular within Yemen.
Okay, so I think Al Jazeera is trying to make the argument I was suggesting at the start, where it's like, it's positive for them because the Houthis are going to pick up actual support, which, you know what, like, I don't know, like, I don't get the whole, like, it's going to be a win for them necessarily, because, I mean, they're still having to fucking fight a deadly war. At the same time, I do see how it could play, certain aspects of it could play in their favor in regards to getting support and, like, people actually giving a shit about their struggle. Like, I mean, the logo, comrade, friend of the show, Bad Boy made, Science is Genocide of Palestine and Yemen on it. A big part of that wasn't necessarily that people never talk about Palestine. I mean, people do. I mean, Palestine goes quiet and loud, so that's a big part of why that's on there. And then you got Yemen on there because no one ever talks about Yemen. Yemen just because it goes amiss. No one seems to give a shit. Like, they'll get passively mentioned at some point and they get swept under the rug. Like, you know, and both cases, because silence on either issues, whether it's that, like, up and down way Palestine's talked about, where there's, like, spikes of interest and then no one gives a shit for a bit and then spikes of interest. In Yemen, it's almost like a flat line with little bumps here and there where people sometimes give a shit. And it's like, it's reminding me so much of how, like, people handle the difference between the Armenian genocide and the Assyrian genocide. The Armenian genocide is the forgotten genocide that everyone knows, and the Assyrian genocide is the forgotten genocide no one ever talks about. Like, no one knows, no one gives a shit about.
And then
sorry.
oh, Oh, I was just going to mention there's also the issue with like the whole Tigray thing that basically almost nobody in the Anglo sphere press was even remotely talking about. There was just a straight up, you know, blackout on that. I mean, 750,000 people starved to death. I mean, what do you call that?
Do
Exactly.
you know what?
Fucking
Like, even with communists, they're more focused on fucking Ethiopia. Like, that's all they'll give a shit about. It's like, it's all about Ethiopia and Somalia and, what's that country that Tigray is also having trouble with that used to be an ally?
Eritrea.
Eritrea, yeah.
Eritrea.
That's as close as they get to Tigray is Eritrea.
Eritrea is barely talked about, and how fucking I was just gonna say how
It is, but people
how
know about it because China has had like some dealings with them in the past, and that's the main reason why a lot of revisionists know about it. Like,
both with Eritrea and with Ethiopia as well, to my knowledge. I was just gonna
well, no, they know
say
a lot
that,
about Ethiopia because they're like people that support the dirge.
Yep. No. I was saying that China has also dealt with Ethiopia.
I know,
That's what
yeah,
I was
but I was
saying.
saying that they know about Eritrea because they know of China's dealings with Eritrea.
Mm-hmm. But with Yemen as you were saying, Kara, Yemen is barely ever fucking talked about, and then you have Cyprus, which is just barely, if never, talked about
Yeah,
whatsoever.
no, like, I mean, over here it's talked about a lot. Like, it's like big topic of discussion if you're ever talking about like someone who knows their geopolitics.
In
Just
the
because
US
the
now.
Mediterranean is like not very
Right
far
next to you
away from
guys.
me. You're probably further away from California than I am from the Mediterranean. I think it might be that drastic. Like, the
Probably.
Mediterranean is a France away. Oh, well, actually, it's half an England and then a France away. And then the Channel, but the Channel is like so small that if you stand at the right place, you can see France.
From where you're at, I could be wrong, but from where you're at, I think the Mediterranean, or
Mediterranean.
rather, the Mediterranean, and specifically Cyprus, they're like an Algeria away from you. I could be wrong.
Probably, yeah. I mean, they're not far. Like, they're not, it would probably take less time for me to fly from here to let's say Palestine than it would for me to fly from here to like New York.
Florida.
Well, if you could do direct flights to Palestine, that was. You can't, but like if you could, it would.
It'll be shorter.
It would be like. I couldn't see it being longer than 2 hours. Like, I really couldn't. Like, maybe even shorter than that. Like, we're really not that far away. Well, with America, I think it's like a 6-hour flight to fly to New York.
And from the
New York
US
is one of the
to,
closest places in America to us.
Indeed, and from the U.S. to Palestine, it's like fucking a day away or two. Actually, no, it would probably just be a day away, or almost a day.
No, it'd be like 8 hours.
Huh.
Well, like, it takes about 6 hours to fly to the UK, and I'm saying the UK is about 2 hours away from Palestine.
Right.
Actually, flying from
But,
California, which then that would fucking probably take you like a day, but that's like the other end of a continent.
Right.
That'd be like me saying flying from like Paris to Moscow.
Right, that would only take a couple hours.
Oh, well, what's it? No, because we're like from another end of a continent to fly into another continent, so it'd be like me saying I'm gonna fly into like, I'm gonna fly from like, let's say I'm in Ukraine, and I'm gonna fly from Europe into Central Asia, but I'm gonna do it from Paris.
But fucking
Florida doesn't exist.
but yeah, with the point, yes, indeed, or rather, or to be more specifically, Northern Florida doesn't exist. Nobody fucking talks about Northern Florida.
Because
Rarely,
it's better
if
than
ever.
Southern Florida, so no one gives a shit. People don't look into Florida because they want to know something good. They look into Florida because, like, they heard about a Florida man like fucking shoving hand grenades up his ass and wanted to learn
That
more.
actually happened.
Probably,
That actually
I don't
fucking
know.
happened.
Like if you know, Rule 34, if it exists, a Florida man has done it.
There's actually fucking speed runs that people do with fucking Rule 34 to see how quick they could find Florida man Rule 34 shit.
I'm not on about actual
They're-
Rule 34. I'm memeing on it. I'm saying like
Oh, no, yeah,
the
no.
the actual rule is different. Like, can we not like go into Rule 34, please?
Indeed.
It's just meant to be a passing joke. I don't want to hear
but-
about people looking into Florida man fisting sessions or whatever the hell the internet has done to the poor guy. Because it is all just one guy. People are saying it's a species.
It
I
is.
just think it's one man, and he's
It's-
he's a fairly chunky guy, shaved head, pisses a lot, sometimes in the toilet.
Eats alligators. That part
Raw,
as well.
raw alligators.
Raw alligators, indeed. Sometimes he tames them. Sometimes he befriends them. Fucking But what was it? Right. I was gonna say about this. I find it a little bit weird that they're saying that the U.S. and the U.K. fucking going to war with the Houthis. Am I pronouncing that right? Houthis?
Who's these?
Houthis, right. I find it a little bit weird that they're saying that the U.S. and the U.K. going to war with the Houthis would be a good thing because, yeah, sure, there may be some publicity.
They're not saying
and
it
there
would
may
be
be-
a good thing. They're saying it might
Oh.
play into their favor.
Gotcha. Right. Even still, even so, with them going to war with them, even though it might provide some favor, it would mostly be negative for.
Well, it's going to be
obvious reasons,
negative
with it
because
being
it's a
fucking
war, but think about it this way. Anti-war protests are on the rise inside these countries. If they start a war here, then it makes it even harder for military and imperialist operations in that region to have any support as people will start losing their mind. When it's a disconnected genocide and no one gives a shit, Britain can keep shoving guns in there. You know, like it said there, 2/3 of the British population in that Guardian article don't support Britain arming Saudi Arabia and want them to stop. And so, like, and that was in 2019. Shit's hit the fan since 2019. So I feel if the US and the UK did go in there, I don't know about the US. I know that shit will kick off, but the US has, like, a fair enough size of people that might also, like, fight out in support. I think in large majority, most people are going to be fucking, like, over here. They're going to be on the side of, like, Yemen not being invaded. So I feel like we're going to see even bigger protests than we've seen with Iraq or Afghanistan. I think we already have kind of escalated that point with the Palestinian protests. Like the one in London has just been reaching like larger and larger heights. Birmingham's been pretty big, a few 100,000. One of the ones I went at one point, to the point we were blocking
And,
the whole streets, and then we went and sat in the middle of the road and blocked the main road, all up and down, or fucking chanting what's it? Loads of fucking dope ass shit. It's on my channel.
All power.
I then argued with someone about imperialism because, as you do.
I imagine that both with the majority of people in the UK opposing the fucking war with the Houthis, combine that, if there managed to be a White Panther Party formed in the UK, they'll have a similar role to what the original Black Panthers had in the 70s with the Vietnam War and fucking tanking and taking a huge hit on the war machine, but on a larger scale in the UK.
Yeah. That's the idea. Hopefully.
Elevate and educate the masses.
Hopefully someone maybe might get something like that off in the soon future.
Maybe you.
Just maybe.
Just maybe. With a little bit of luck. And a little bit of gay power.
I don't believe in luck. Because if I believe in it, that means I'll be giving bad luck credit for all the bad shit it's done, and I'm not letting it have the better over me. So luck's not allowed. That's Obi-Wan's real reasoning. He's just afraid because he's had so much bad luck. If he admits luck is real, he has to accept that luck doesn't like him. Make him very sad.
Yemen.
Indeed.
Yemen.
Within Yemen, Ansar Allah, the formal name of the Houthi group, controls the west, including the Bab al-Mandeb Strait that leads into the Red Sea, and is fighting for territory against the internationally recognized government of Yemen and its domestic allies.
International recognition.
The group's actions in the Red Sea, along with its messaging about supporting the people of Gaza, have been immensely popular among Yemenis, bolstering recruitment and allowing it to mobilize massive rallies in support of the Palestinian people. The Houthis say they are intercepting Israel-bound and Israeli-owned ships passing through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait to pressure Israel to at least allow sufficient humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, which Israel has pounded for the past 3 months. The Israeli war on Gaza following an October the 7th attack by Hamas and other armed Palestinian groups has killed more than 23,000 people, most of them civilians, some in direct bombings and others as a result of the dire conditions the enclave has been plunged into by Israeli actions. The Houthis grabbed global attention on the 19th of November when they commandeered the Galaxy Leader cargo ship and subsequently turned it into a tourist attraction.
The leader of the galaxy.
The leader of the galaxy, Star Wars
Fucking, they took Emperor Palpatine's ship. How dare they? Oh yeah, like what's it like? No, this nails it because even the Western source was like, so like, as much as we'd like if the Yemen people weren't supporting the Houthis, it does appear that domestic support is on the rise. Maybe.
Maybe
Is
just
it
maybe,
that Guardian article?
Maybe the Yemen people wanting self-determination, liberation from their oppressors. Maybe that's on the rise. Maybe, just maybe.
I swear it was this article where it mentioned it. How like after the Houthis had attacked, domestic support had increased.
Honestly, while reading from here is really fucking good. To get a more accurate or as much of an accurate description of what's happening with Palestine, with Yemen, with Cyprus, and so on and so forth. It's also good to watch and constructively and scientifically critique and call out fucking bourgeois propaganda bullshit from other news sites that are affiliated with the Israeli press, like Fox, CNN, and so on and so forth, and call them out on their bullshit and criticize
Well, I mean,
them.
one of the you missed the Guardian articles, but we were doing that with like the Guardian, like you missed the pure rage, of the Guardian just saying like completely out of pocket shit, and then we found another Guardian article that said like really dope shit, and it was like, wow, look, like fucking what fucking like geopolitics does to a motherfucker. This is the social democrats in action. Like they're condemning Britain for like being like the murderers in fucking Yemen, and then like they're supporting British operations in Yemen. Well, they didn't necessarily say they supported it, but they didn't say that it was bad or like fucking put it in denial. They just read it like a report, and that's a tactic the BBC also uses. It's that middle of the road reporting. They just report on the straight facts in quotation marks, make no commentary when the whole point of the news is to put out a position.
It's fucking sorry.
It's supposed to like purvey an ideology, and so if it doesn't actually purvey anything, if it makes a hollow message, then it's allowing the ideology of liberalism to take suit. People just don't give a shit.
It's fucking typical centrist bullshit.
Well, I mean, the way they word a lot of it as well, they're still getting vitriolic about Hamas. Heck, fucking like the BBC made an article where they were like talking about how like the Iraqis were pretty fucking pissed at the US bombing their country, and then like even though they pretty much showed they showed it in a light where they didn't necessarily like confirm that they agree with what the Iraqi like prime minister was saying, they show him in a positive light for the criticisms he's making, and the US does get showed in a negative light with the quotes they make, but they don't directly make a negative light of the US either, and they're just doing that middle of the road shit where like the report is almost organized as if it's in support of like the US not bombing the Iraq. Not to be confused with any other Iraq. This is the Iraq. But the but also it doesn't want to commit to anything that actually opposes like the US or the British interests in Iraq. So they take the middle of the road position. Where they're like nightly nudging the US, like maybe you shouldn't do that, rather than condemning them and dragging them through the media like they should do.
It's typical performative bullshit.
Tis what
Trying
tis.
to fucking. Sorry, what?
Tis what tis.
Their bullshit of what they're doing, like taking the middle road, trying to fucking on one hand fucking condemning the shit, while on the other hand fucking not saying that it's bad. It's just surface level performative shit.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I sent you a article from the EU Observer about Somali pirate attacks. Apparently, they declined a lot in the past few years, but now they seem to have come back with the situation with Yemen. So I sent you that article.
Alrighty.
Ooh, you can even listen to the article.
Nice. I love articles that have a self-read option. Always love those. Makes it way easier to read them.
Wait, does it?
Yes.
To listen to articles, you'll need an EU Observer membership. Become an expert on Europe. Join.
The fuck is... I can't do it on stream. I could close the streaming video thingy in the... I know how to say it. I could shut down the source and do it, but it's just going to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Fucking dickheads. Please, dox your information to us. We won't let you read
EU's
it.
Red Sea mission comes at a price. Somali pirates are back.
They're back, motherfuckers. And... oh no, I need to get rid of that ad. Join us! Join us! It's like, okay, chill the fuck out. This is what happens when the EU do anything. They have the same kind of sign-up things that the Al Jazeera have. Sus. This is a proxy for Al Jazeera.
The European Union has the ambition to be a global
I'm gonna start my
maritime
own
security
conspiracy
provider,
theory.
as emphasized in the October 2023 Maritime Security Strategy. It is consequential that the member states have agreed on a new maritime security operation, called ASPIS, to respond to the ongoing missile and drone attacks on merchant vessels by the Houthis in the Red Sea and Western Indian Ocean. These attacks have implied significant costs for maritime trade and carry the danger of a major environmental disaster in the region, with worst-case scenarios pointing to a full closure of this trade route with dramatic consequences for the regional and global economies. The new Operation ASPIS draws on a recent UN Security Council mandate and will further enhance the air defence already put in place by the US-led Operation Prosperity Guardian.
Us.
The operation sends a strong signal that the EU does not tolerate politically motivated disruptions of freedom of navigation. This is important to live up to the global maritime security ambitions, yet it will not stop the Houthis from launching attacks in the short term, as analysts have highlighted. The attention given to Houthi attacks has come at a price. Decision-makers in Brussels have not yet noted that another problem in this region has returned. The pirates of Somalia are also back in action. The current crisis presented a window of opportunity for
Let's
pirates to
go.
launch a series of attacks.
Go, baby.
On the 5th of January 2024, the MV Lila Norfolk, flagged in Liberia, was captured by pirates. The crew sought refuge in a secure room, known as Citadel, and the naval forces of India could recapture the vessel. 3 weeks earlier, on the 14th of December, a Malta-flagged vessel, the MV Ruin, was boarded by pirates. The ship and its crew are held hostage on Somalia's shore since, with ransom negotiations ongoing. In November, pirates hijacked the Liberian-flagged Central Park off the Yemeni coast, which was recaptured by the United States Navy. Earlier in the month, pirates also hijacked fishing vessels for ransom, which might be used as motherships in further attacks. Reports suggest that the Somali extremist group Al-Shabaab supports and benefits from these operations. The series of these attacks indicate that pirates attempt to return to their dangerous business that caused havoc on world trade and severely damaged regional sustainable development between 2008 and 2012. Ending the Somali piracy business in 2012 and successfully suppressing them after has been one of the key successes of the EU's maritime security ambitions. That was the main reason for continuing the EU's counter-piracy operation, UNIFOR Atalanta, and investing in capacity building in the region. EU global reputation at stake. This legacy and reputation of the EU is now being challenged. Decision-makers in Brussels must urgently rethink how they can ensure that pirates will not continue to seize the current opportunity and launch further attacks. It is often believed that the counter-piracy structures established between 2008 and 2012 are still intact. While this is true on paper, in practice these structures have fully eroded, and regional capacity building has not put regional states, many of which are small island developing countries, in the position to cope with the situation on their own. Atalanta currently operates with a single surface vessel. The UN Security Council mandate for counter-piracy has expired. The trust fund providing the resources for piracy prosecutions has been closed. The coordination mechanism, the contact group on piracy off the coast of Somalia, transformed into a dysfunctional group which has not at all responded to the current crisis. Only the information sharing system provided by the EU and United Kingdom through regional centres is still in place. The sole reason that pirates had only limited success over the past weeks is that India has increased its naval presence and now operates with 12 vessels in the region. Preventing the full return of piracy is, however, a global responsibility, and the EU needs to live up to its long-term commitment in the region.
God. Then he opened up a QR code thingy. Could have just had that little bit before the sign-up thing. Bastards.
A series of measures are needed. The EU's High Representative for the Common Foreign and Security Policy should issue a statement signalling the EU's awareness and commitment, calling for a release of the MV Ruin and encouraging the regional states to do what is in their capacities. Military planners should ensure that there are synergies between the operations Atalanta and Aspis, so they can mutually support each other. The EU is about to roll out a new capacity building project for the region, called Safe Seas Africa, which should incorporate recent developments. The project needs to consider an emergency fund which provides resources for regional piracy prosecutions, should the situation arise. It also needs to further empower the regional maritime security architecture, known as MACE, to closely monitor the situation off Somalia.
For those that don't know, the Somalian crisis is to do with, Western imperialists and Eastern imperialists, also Ethiopian imperialism. And even, there's also the conflicts between the peoples of Somalia and Somaliland, because even Somalia is a lot more complicated than just being the Somalian people. And then or the Somali people. And then you've also got like, because Ethiopia is not like an ethnic group like the Ethiopians. It's like they're an empire. Like people don't know this. Like Ethiopia is like a load of colonized places slapped together by the empire of Ethiopia, the kingdom of Ethiopia, whatever you want to call it. But yeah,
And then the European settlers came,
I mean,
which
even
further fucking.
Not what? Oh, that's
you
Huh?
know, the Ethiopia has like managed to maintain its like territory and not really get settlerized. Like Italy kind of got some control over Ethiopia during the war, but like Ethiopia was actually the death knell for Italy. Like they got slaughtered as many as they'd actually slaughtered, and they slaughtered a lot of Ethiopian people. Like they set up like death camps and all sorts there.
they killed like 7% of the population, but they never quite controlled the whole country.
Yeah, because they got an upper hand at the start of the conflict with the Ethiopians, where the Italians had like they had superior tactics at that point of the conflict, and so their ability to encircle Ethiopian people who had been taken by surprise was immense, and so it gave them a massive upper hand in the war. But when they had to start divulging more resources to North Africa because it was a more critical part of the war, there was no way to complete the offensive, and so the Ethiopians managed to reorganize in that window, and then even if the Italians had got any better force at that point, the Ethiopians had better organized their counter force to the Italian imperialists.
So essentially, Ethiopia, like Saudi Arabia, is a regional empire.
Yeah, like they're a power in the region. They're a regional empire.
Gotcha.
Regional imperialists, like Saudi Arabia, like Iran.
Yeah, they're very close with like Israel, and the United States kind of groomed them to be out of British influence, because that was another thing. The British then tried to get a foothold in there.
It's not the first time.
Not the first time, indeed.
I mean, Kenya has been like a main base of operation for Britain and Africa, and that's not too far north from Ethiopia.
So if Ethiopia is a bunch of colonized ethnic groups and nations by the Ethiopian kingdom, right?
Kingdom of Ethiopia.
Yeah, kingdom of Ethiopia. So
I mean, it's been going on for a longer time than that kingdom even existed, though. Like we're talking like.
Oh, yeah,
We're talking a long ass time of colonialism, like before the Europeans knew like jack shit about Ethiopia. Well, they probably knew what it was because Ethiopia's been like really important to Abrahamic religion, but I mean like knew jack shit about it other than it being an important part of their faith. It's like Europe and Africa have had like a strong connection since the start. Like it turns out that's how we got here, but fucking more so just like before people had like this like geopolitical understanding of Ethiopia, where you know like I can just turn around and start crackerjacking about Ethiopia's relationships in the region. Ethiopia has like had its own colonies there before the white people even knew that there was more than one ethnicity that made up the Ethiopian people, because Ethiopia is like something that's only understood in Europe around like 1,000 years ago as a part of the religious aspects of Christianity, and most of them probably weren't even taught that side of Christianity. So like it's actually not a Christian thing. It goes all the way back. Ethiopia is where like Abrahamic religious people have hidden in safety all throughout history. Moses escaped to Ethiopia at one point. Was it I don't know if Abraham did. I think he might have as well. Jesus did. Muhammad did, and I can't think of the others, but there was like a lot of like prophets in the Abrahamic faith have found their way into Ethiopia looking for safety.
Joseph?
What? Which Joseph? There's like so many of them in the Abrahamic faith.
I forgot fucking the one that's mostly talked about or referred to. I forgot his full name. Fucking
Well, you're not on about the one that's Jesus' dad then, so that narrows it down.
But the question that I was going to, but the question that I was going to, that the question that I was going to ask before is, so Ethiopia is a bunch of colonized ethnic groups and nations of the kingdom of Ethiopia. So
Well,
which one is the colonizer nation?
Okay, so
Exactly.
this is when it gets even more complicated, because the leaders of Eritrea and Ethiopia are both of ethnic descent of currently persecuted persecuted ethnic groups. And what do I mean by that? The president of Ethiopia is Tigrayan himself, but
Yep.
he's a self-hating Tigrayan, because there are Tigrayans who live in Ethiopia, in Eritrea, and he helped commit genocide against Tigrayans.
So essentially, he's
Go on, Gangeros.
It's even worse than that. But the prime minister of Ethiopia is of Umaro descent,
Yeah.
aka the people of the South. Increasingly, there's been more control that's been going down south in Ethiopia, the various groups, but there's also been an uprising of the Oromo people down south.
And I mean, Somalia itself was a country that broke free from Ethiopia as well. A lot of people don't know about that.
Parts of it are still under Ethiopian control, because there's parts of like the east that are mostly of Somali descent that Ethiopia controls.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of people don't think about that side of shit. A lot of people will see that like, oh, the West is showing support for Somalia, so like Somalia is the big bad, and it's like Somalia and Ethiopia have been at war for each other a lot longer than the West have been involved. Yeah, they had a pause for like 20 years, but it doesn't change the fact that they fucking hate each other.
Indeed.
This would be like being surprised if like a war started between North and South Korea. It's like, how are you surprised? They go on about it all the time. But yeah, I mean, Somalia, Ethiopia, Tigray, and Eritrea tends to be on the blind side of people's radar. Like, the US and China are supporting two sides of a war, and that's all anyone gives a shit about. And it's like, oh my god, there's like so many different national liberation struggles trying to happen right now. It turns out, once again, Ethiopia is bad, and then all the fucking people that claim to be on the right side of history show they're on the right wing side of history. Just as they were when they supported the fucking dirge and its weird fucking like god complex, for lack of a better word. The dirge is like exemplary. It's an exemplary of fascism.
Indeed. What are some of the what are some of the colonized nations that make up Ethiopia?
Well, you've got the Omaro, you've got the Tigrayan. Eritrea is also like an oppressed group, the Eritreans, but not as oppressed as like the Tigrayans are. But like not by much either. They're pretty fucked. You have the Somali. There's a lot of other groups as well that
I mean, there's a lot of groups.
It's like one of the most ethnically diverse countries in like East Africa.
The world.
Well, the world,
like,
yeah. Like,
and it's also like it gets even more confusing because Aramaic peoples and Tigrayan peoples also used to more control. I mean, used to be the ruling, ethnic groups of Ethiopia, and that's kind of changed over the recent years. Again, power going down south.
Ethiopia is a bit like China, where like the power basis shifts a lot because there's a lot of different ethnic groups that are the colonizer and a lot of different ethnic groups that are the colonized. Um, Obviously, in most of these, the colonizer group tends to be a more narrow group than the colonized group, but it's kind of like China, how it's not just the Han that are the colonizer. It's like, I can't remember the other names of them, but there's like fucking 5 or 6 of them that like constitute like the upper caste of China. And actually, the
I know what you're
Han
talking
weren't
about.
even the former. Like, if you go like back 150, 200 years, it wouldn't even be the Han that were leading that dynasty, if I remember rightly.
There was the Han, and the other group that I'm aware of are the Cantonese, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong.
Yeah.
The Manchu people, the Manchus were the ruling dynasty of China up until 1910.
Yeah.
Correctly.
And then it was the
I imagine
Ding
though,
dynasty.
I imagine though that the Han in China are the primary colonizer group because they make up most of China.
They are today, but that's a modern thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Right,
saying.
exactly.
Like,
No,
historically, they weren't the most. That's what I'm trying to say.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah,
Like,
they weren't the primary colonizer.
well, I mean, they were a part of the upper caste. They just weren't
Right.
like the leadership. They weren't the Brahmin. Like, they're
Yeah,
now
they
the
weren't the
Brahmin.
biggest ones.
It's not as easy to just whack-a-mole percentages on these things. These relationships are very dynamic and fluid. I
Indeed.
mean, like, look at
And-
America. America used to be very strictly Anglo-Saxons were the whitest people, and then every other white people was second class to that, and that's no longer the same anymore.
Exactly. Because of different other ethnic groups being
I mean,
Americanized.
the current
and such.
fucking president's Irish.
Yep.
Hey, I'm gonna put a big asterisk around that.
I mean, but he is an Irish American, and he's not even a Scots Irish American. He's like straight up from Mayo. Like, his family came from the poorest county in Ireland, and this is their descendancy. This is where their family has gone.
I know that. I know. It's just that, like, also is.
Well, yeah, he's an American Irish person, as we call them, fake Irish.
He identifies as Irish, but it's like he's also like
he's doing better than some Americans, I guess.
He's a traitor to his Irish roots.
I mean, he's like a lot of Americans where like they like I guess he does show at least some sense of understanding of where he comes from, but not from a rebel perspective. Man just speaks like any other sort of fucking Catholic megalomaniac. I'm saying all my Catholics are megalomaniacs. I'm saying a Catholic whom is a megalomaniac, to be clear to people that might not catch that in the audience. Mystical stuff. But the fucking it's like megalomaniac Catholic Irish. All makes sense now. I mean, if you're someone who came over like fucking from Mayo, like there's one or two things you are. It's like you're extremely poor, or you're like one of the 5 rich people that lived there at the time that wanted to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, he might have actually come from poor family and background. I mean, he did come from the petty bourgeoisie, not the bourgeoisie. So, like, there's that, like, class moverism shit that probably happened in the fucking either early 20th century or middle 20th century. But that's exemplary of a lot of shit that's happened to the Irish community since, like, Roosevelt made things a little less bigoted against the Irish people there. Although, like, I've noticed that, like, a lot of Americans that identify with Irish heritage, it's like, Timmy Sure, leprechaun, top of the morning to you, kind of fucking stereotype racist shit.
His Wikipedia entry says his father had been wealthy, and his family purchased a home in affluent Long Island suburb of Garden City.
Oh, shit, okay.
But he suffered business setbacks around that time, and then they kind of grew up in Scranton, which was a economic decline city during that time, during the roaring 50s allegedly, but yeah.
Oh god, so it's class moverism back and forth.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They moved to Delaware, were you just saying?
He grew up. I mean, early on, grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Then he moved to Delaware, but then he tries to like LARP as like a Pennsylvanian, which is
Because no one wants to be known
kind of
as from
funny.
Delaware.
To be fair, it's not a swing state, or it's not even really a state.
Well, it's because Delaware is just the corporate state.
Yes.
It doesn't exist. It's a thing of our imagination.
All Delaware is known
I
for
think-
is that they were the first person to race to the make yourself a state office, so they got to be the first state.
I think Biden's nickname in the Senate was Senator of which bank was it again? Senator of
America?
He got like it's like no, it was some bank. It's I forget what the term of I forget what the acronym of the bank is. It was like
Wells Fargo?
MBNA or
Mm.
one of those banks. I can't. No, I forget one of the banks. But he was like the senator of X bank, because that bank likes to. Oh, okay. He was the senator of MBNA, and that was which bank is that again? Second, I'm good at this. Fuck. Maryland National Bank.
Interesting.
Oh, wait.
Maryland doesn't exist, it can't hurt you.
And it's a subsidiary of fucking. I don't even know what MBNA stands for.
Probably some vague term.
Let's go with that.
Everything's
it's
a vague
a
term when you think
gigantic-
about it.
TL didn't read. It's a gigantic fucking bank in Delaware,
Gotcha.
and it's been acquired by fucking Bank of America and Lloyd's Banking. It doesn't even exist anymore.
God of monopolization.
You say Lloyd's Bank?
Yeah,
Isn't it like British Lloyd's?
Bank.
yeah. They acquired I guess some shares of it in like 2017
Oh,
in the
interesting.
UK. I guess it had banks in. I guess it had some shares in the UK too.
Bank must be expanding its horizons if it's trying to fucking get banks set up in Delaware, take over Delawarean banks.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Lloyd's used to be a part of Lloyd's TSB, but then they got really upset with each other, so they stopped working together. Either that or they got antitrusted. I can't remember. I was very young when they broke up.
Need to do more but to do more research on Ethiopia, especially when Ethiopia had a vanguard party. That's just very interesting. Wasn't
It was Hojist
Wasn't,
in Ethiopia.
Yep, that's what I'm about to say. They were Hojists, which is based.
Same as Tigray and Eritrea, they had Hojist too. Actually,
Based.
Tigray and Eritrea still do have Hojist there. Although the Eritrean ones have not been as like sharp as the Tigrayan ones, but it kind of makes sense that the Tigray like motherfuckers are like the most like on point, given that they're dealing with the worst shit out of like any of the former Ethiopian territories that Ethiopia is trying to reclaim. Not necessarily that they're the worst treated ethnic group, because Tigray is like shoulder to shoulder with a few different ethnic groups. Once again, Ethiopia is a bit of a clusterfuck when it comes to oppression.
Mm-hmm. Very nuanced. Especially when it comes to regional empires, it gets a bit more complicated.
Yeah.
While global shipping has been deeply affected, with major shipping about
Oh God,
us.
you bastard.
Code of ethics. Code of ethics.
Code of your fucking mom.
Oh boy.
Let me. It wants me to scroll
I wonder
all the way
what-
up to the. Oh wait. Okay.
I wonder what the New York Times is saying.
While global shipping has been deeply
You wonder what the New York Times is saying about it?
Probably
Yeah.
nothing good.
See, it's hit or miss with the New York Times. They're kind of like the Guardian, where sometimes they'll say something that's like acceptable to tolerate, and then like sometimes they'll say stuff that's like,
Fascist.
well, yeah, that. The New York Post is where you go to find fascism, though, in New York.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, because New
And
York
Fox.
Times, their stuff tends to be like adjacent to like either like center right or center left positions, depending on which kind of which way they're flagging their heels, similar to the Guardian. So sometimes they'll say stuff that's like actually bearable and slightly insightful, and then other times they say stuff that's like, yeah, and the U.S. bombed those terrorists. And then when they mean by terrorists, it means civilians. The New York Times, if I remember rightly, was it the New York Times that fucking published that leak from Chelsea Manning and Julian Assange?
I think they may have, yeah.
Maybe.
I think it was the New York Times. It's either the New York Times or the Washington Post, but I expect the Washington Post to be worse, just from my experience between the two outlets. I find the New York Times a lot more bearable than the WP.
Fucking back when I was a sock dem, I know, cringe. Back when I was a fucking sock dem and getting into politics, I used to watch, what was it called again? The late night talk show with Trevor Noah. I think that's
The
what
Lil
it's called. I
Nas
used to
talk
watch.
show with Trevor Noah.
Yes. I used to watch his shit fucking on the regular.
Yeah, I mean, what's it? Sometimes they can be still useful to watch these kind of things. You just got to be like highly critical of it. Like I watch like all sorts of different news media. I have to touch right wing and left wing content. I have to go all over the place. And like it's always good to find good like intermediaries as well. So you want good mainstream things to pick up on, because the mainstream news, while it is a lot of copy wobble and bollocks, it's nice to just have like a little bit of a grasp of what people are having shoved into their brains. It's the most watched news sources. That's starting to wane a bit because alternative media is coming up, but I'll get to that. Alternative media wise, you need to understand what both like people that are adjacent to the left, like social democrats and stuff, are saying, as well as people that are adjacent to the right, and like what they're saying, and understanding the different ways that things are going, as well as like understanding our comrades and the media around us, both whether it be Marxists or anarchists. We analyze like the different aspects of communist media and understand like the positions that are being made, what criticisms need to be made, and like how to advance upon certain positions and develop ideas further. But there's also looking into like analyzing the actual like rhythms and patterns that are being pushed out there. Like a good social democratic news source I like to watch is Some More News. They're brilliant. Like actually really, really good for like just getting a catch up on stuff. And if you want like immediate like now news, they do a podcast called Even More News on Spotify. But like on YouTube, Some More News, they're great and they're fucking funny, so it makes the news like actually kind of bearable to watch. That was the kind of thing that Jimmy Dore had for him before he started yelling about like the immigrants and whatever the fuck. Was that he was actually kind of like low key funny a lot of the time, because he was he has an angry humor, and angry humor works really well when you fucking despise the person that the comic is getting angry at, because it's just like, it's hate bonerism. It's kind of why, like, a lot of people found some pretty unfunny jokes about Trump funny. Even I found some of them funny where they were beating the dead horse, because, like, it just, I low-key hated the guy, you know, as everyone else fucking did, and it was pretty funny just, like, hearing people dunk on him and take the piss out of him, even if some of them were just, like, dad tier jokes. And so it goes that fashion when he's terrorizing Hillary Clinton and he's getting, like, mad about it. It's like, I feel the righteous rage because I want to punch the bitch in the throat, but I also get to, like, hear funny jokes talking about her lies and her shit, and it's that kind of, like, intellectual humor where it's jokes about the actual facts rather than just made up copy wobble. Unfortunately, the made up copy wobble started to appear more and more as he started to like this weird country called Russia.
Yeah. And yeah, which
So after he made it look like he
happened-
was getting into Lenin as well. Like, he read Lenin
Yeah.
and disagreed with him.
And then fucking, yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, another good source that you could find that's, you know, progressive but not, you know, socialist by any means would be like something like Status Quo with like Jordan Sheridan, who interestingly
Yeah,
enough
that's a good one.
denounced Jimmy Dore and brought up a lot of his underhanded practices he has at his show with like NDAs and other such things. I mean, he's very good at like covering like Status Quo with like the Flint water crisis, Standing Rock. There was the situation out in Ohio.
He was there on January the 6th inside the Capitol
Yeah.
building.
That's wild. But yeah, no.
Actually,
but yeah, no.
News media actually used his coverage, I think.
Yeah, he is actually hardcore for a guy who doesn't, like, if you saw him on just like one of his in-show stuff where he's not on the streets, because he's not just a streamer or something, he's an actual field reporter. And so, like, but he just does it himself rather than working for like a cable company. I think he used to work for someone. I can't remember whom. What should be RT or something. But he used to work for someone. But he does his own thing. He's a field reporter. But if you just saw one of his normal shows, you'd think it's probably just some other middle class guy, and it is. But this guy's got balls. Like, he's willing to go out on the streets and like fucking get the deets. He doesn't like ask any of the people that work with him to be his fucking, like, you know, like his meat shield. You go and do the outside stuff, I stay inside. He's pretty hardcore.
His little minions. But yeah, no, it's good to genuinely watch these sorts of media, because if we want to elevate and educate the masses, we gotta meet them where they're at, and a lot of them, like you were saying, Kara, are gonna be watching these shows, so we have to fucking know what certain talk points they're listening to, what fucking arguments, what phrases, what certain information they're receiving, and by knowing our enemy, by knowing what these reactionary shitheads are talking about, we can more accurately elevate the masses where they're at, depending on where they are consciously and what they have heard, and whether or not, you know, they're liberal, they're conservative, they're adjacent left, they're adjacent right, they're sock them, they're fucking whatever, you know? Adapt our theory and meet them where they're at. That's what we gotta do. In general, I haven't really been watching that much CNN or like much of the generic U.S. owned media for obvious fucking reasons, because I don't want to get fucking lied to. But in general, to call out the bullshit, it's good to watch it.
It's not just about to call out their bullshit, it's to understand it. If you don't look into what your enemy is saying, how do you even know what they are or what they're doing? Know your enemy.
The term is media literacy is the term. It's like,
yeah.
And that's something like they don't teach us really that in school. It's just like, you know, be uncritical and just read whatever the fuck you read and just, you know,
take it as verbatim.
Take it as gospel.
Mm-hmm. Look at truth objectively without actually seeing if it's true or not.
Well, why wouldn't it be true? The newsman said so.
If Trump said it, then it must be true.
Well, Trump is the second coming of, or the third coming of Jesus, because Stalin was the second coming. Trump is the third coming.
No. Stalin,
And then like Trump as the third coming of Jesus, like will then birth like. Okay, so you got a funny one. We could either say Hitler or Trotsky. Trotsky would be funny because it's the fourth coming of Jesus, fourth international. But then it's just kind of funny to think that Hitler, like Trump's purpose in life was to create like a ritual where like 10,000 babies have to be sacrificed down one of those like big holes in the ground, and then Hitler will like spark out of it, like. But
I could be fucking wrong, but like it wouldn't surprise me if there was fucking fan art of that shit actually.
There's probably fan art of Hitler and Trump fucking. I guarantee that.
Oh no, yeah, there is. I've seen it. It's disgusting.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Fuck.
We're
on the stream right now, like.
Oh my.
Oh, bugger.
Oh, brother. You see some fucked up shit.
I mean, if you go looking for it, like.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No. This wasn't a situation
I'm
where
sorry,
I was
I've never had a Google search take me to, like, that kind of depth of hell. Like.
Oh, no. It wasn't a Google search. I was just randomly fucking scrolling through Twitter, and for some fucking reason, Twitter was just like, hey, you know, this person right here, they're probably into some Nazi shit. So they just showed me a fucking banner of that shit. I'm just like, what the fuck? It was gross as fuck.
Oh my. I'm just gonna play
Indeed.
the thing.
Twitter or quote unquote X as I just fucking call it. I'm not gonna call it X. Fuck that shit.
It's the media platform formerly known as Twitter.
Indeed.
Deeply affected, with major shipping companies avoiding the Red Sea altogether, the Houthi interceptions have caused minor damage to most ships and have avoided killing or injuring anyone on board. On the 31st of December, 4 Houthi vessels tried commandeering a ship traveling through the Red Sea when U.S. Navy helicopters attacked them, killing 10 Houthi fighters and sinking 3 boats. In early January, the Houthis began using unmanned surface vessels. In the past, the group has used them as drone boats that explode on impact with other vessels. While the group has changed tactics, they have not stopped their activity in the Red Sea. On the one hand, analysts say, because their declared aim has not been achieved, and on the other, because they do not fear U.S. threats. The Red Sea front has entered the next level, the direct clash between the Houthis and the U.S., Eleonora Ardemagni, a senior associate research fellow at the Italian Institute for International Political Studies, told Al Jazeera. Both the U.S. and the Houthis are respectively testing the effects of their moves and how far they are willing to go. Air attacks will not deter the Houthis. In response to an ultimatum from Washington and its allies to stop Red Sea activity or incur their military wrath last week, the Houthis held an enormous rally in Yemen's capital Sana'a where bombastic speeches from the group's leaders declared themselves ready for U.S. escalation. Everything that was worth striking has been struck by the Saudi coalition in the past 9 years, Al-Irani said, referring to the war waged against the Houthis by a Saudi-led coalition that began fighting the Houthis in 2015 after they had overthrown President Abdrabbu Mansur Hadi, head of the internationally recognized government.
They could just say
I
the
don't think
Republic
the
of
U.S.
Yemen.
attacks
It'd
on
be
Houthi
such
targets
assholes
are going
about
to
it.
act as a deterrent to the Houthis, Rayman Al-Hamdani, a researcher at the ARC Group and a former visiting fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations, told Al Jazeera. Considering the Houthis' rhetoric of always blaming the United States and Israel for the problems that exist in
Oh my
Yemen
God,
and in
this
the
is
Middle
such a
East in general,
traditional
I think
one.
they'd be quite happy.
the history of these oppressed people for blaming us for doing bad on them because, like, maybe we were bombing them at some point, but it's not all our fault, we swear. Also, they don't blame Israel for their problems. They just fucking hate Israel because Israel's occupying parts of the Arabian fucking peninsula. It's almost as if, like, there's this ethnic group called Arabs that exist all over fucking West Asia. Shit.
Maybe, just maybe.
Madness. Like, oh, Israel has no effect on the Houthis. It's like, you know, my brethren are being fucking colonized. It's gonna affect me.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not the same way. Like, I'm not being brutalized, but it's gonna affect me. Fucking hits me hard that Palestine's being colonized. I bet it fucking hits 1,000,000 times harder for a Yemeni.
Especially with them being so close to the Zionist settler colonial state of Israel. It must hurt seeing a fellow indigenous people getting colonized.
Well, Saudi Arabia is also like a major ally to Israel as well, so it's like the
Mm-hmm.
same guys basically.
Well, it's not just indigenous as well. It's fellow Arab-speaking peoples, fellow Muslim peoples being colonized. I mean,
Yep.
Strategically speaking, Al-Irani said, the Houthis should also be quite comfortable. The Houthi mobile infrastructure should make picking targets more difficult for the Americans, he said. Making peace with neighbors. Meanwhile, the Houthis are still in talks with neighboring Saudi Arabia over a long-term ceasefire, and analysts say they may be trying to strengthen their hand through the Red Sea show of power. The Saudis have been keen on preventing an escalation in Yemen, and, in December, Riyadh urged the US to exercise restraint. Saudi Arabia doubled down on that message of caution after Thursday night's attacks on Yemen. Instability next door would not benefit Saudi Arabia, which has had its oil infrastructure badly affected in past Houthi attacks. The Saudis may also have longer-term considerations in these negotiations, in that it would benefit them to build relations with the Houthis and may be on track to recognize them. Formal recognition may be the most important thing to the Houthis, Qamar al-Hamdani said. The group's main concern is to continue consolidating power over the country.
That's not why they're attacking those vessels. It's not going to stop them attacking those vessels. They want Palestine to stop being under siege. They want Palestine to stop being occupied by Israel. They want an end to Israel. That's why they're fucking defending Palestine and standing up for them. Like,
yeah, especially considering given the history of Yemen and the fact that, thousands of people have starved to death there because of Saudi Arabia, US, UK, UAE,
Israel.
imperialism, and that, Israel too.
oh yeah, spot on.
Mm-hmm. It's fellow proletarian internationalism.
Country. To date, the Houthis have drawn support from Iran as part of their regional axis of resistance, along with Hamas, Hezbollah, and a network of militias in Iraq and Syria. The Houthis.
That name kind of cracks me up. It sounds like some World War II ass shit.
I mean, axis of resistance, it's a term that even I've used, not even unironically. It's kind of like a term that's kind of good, I think.
Okay, I mean, I can see how it could be good. It just kind of springs my World War II brain.
Yes.
Indeed. And depending on... sorry.
You get the whole axis of evil stuff, too, from...
Yeah, or the troika of tyranny.
I imagine, and I imagine there are some fucking reactionary conservative shitheads that fucking use the term regional axis resistance to fucking refer to demonize and belittle.
Well, they wouldn't use the term resistance. They would change it.
right?
They would use fucking
They would
terrorist or
exactly. They would fucking
They
regional
call it the
axis
axis
terrorism.
of evil, or they call it the they reuse the term troika of tyranny again, but this time for the Houthis, the Hezbollah, and the Hamas.
Iranian backed.
Houthis have developed a relationship with Iran that many analysts consider to rival that Iran possesses with Hezbollah, Yemen researcher Nicholas Brumfield told Al Jazeera. But
Hezbollah.
Analysts say the group should not be seen as an Iranian proxy and, in the future, the Houthis may look to recalculate their regional alliances. It's going to be better for them to be close to the Saudis, Al-Hamdani said, adding that they could benefit more by relying on Saudi Arabia's financial resources rather than depending on Iran for weapons. The Houthis' identity as a Shia group does not mean that they will fall under Iranian influence by default. The long historical and cultural ties between Yemen and Saudi Arabia can play a pivotal role between the two. Source: Al Jazeera.
Do you know what? What they're saying isn't
More from
impossible,
news.
but like I wouldn't run
Live
with it.
Iran.
Fuck off. Like this is not.
I mean, they're
sorry, go on.
too off the mark, but yeah, there's way more complicated than they're making it out to be. But yes, generally agree with that for the most part.
It is a very complicated situation. We've been going for like 4.5 hours, so I think I will just cut it short here.
All power.
What's it? Fucking. You know, what's it like? I mean, the people on the stream can even see the tabs. I didn't get to the end of the tabs of all the articles that I had ready, and I'm squabbling through like a percentage, like 1% of like the many percentages that make up all the literature and articles and research you've really got to go through to get the full picture on what's going on in Yemen, because this crisis goes way back. Like, Yemen's been having problems with Saudi Arabia for ages. And so, like
the 1930s.
So I would employ people to do like more research into Yemen and its relationship to Saudi Arabia, its relationship to British imperialism as well. Actually, Gulf of Oman's a good one to look into for that as well.
What are some sites or news sites they recommend people to go to, Kara?
I mean, what's it? I mean, well, we said with status quo and some more news, they're good to go for general news. But like, I guess like if you're looking for like international information and stuff, getting a wide spread of sources from groups like Al Jazeera, Guardian, fucking like newspapers, like mainline newspapers and groups like that, like New York Times and stuff like that. Going around those groups is fine, but try and get on the ground media as well. Media from the respective countries the X or Y conflict is occurring. And I would advise people to use ground news so they can get a wider scale of discussion on like what is being discussed around X or Y issue in politics. I think ground news is, I mean, it's limited. It's not like it's some revolutionary communist app to help you scale through the fucking thing. What it claims is left is not always going to be as left as you might think it is. But like it's at least somewhat good for at least understanding like what kind of sources and where it's coming from, and being able to then split up and decide stuff like that. Suggesting news sites is a pain in the ass because there's 1,000,001 of them, and as Marxists we need to be like looking at all of them, and also most of them tell at least half a lie somewhere.
Fucking I also recommend some people go. I also recommend the app Medium. There's some cringe on there, but there's also some good sites and some good writers on there. If I remember correctly, there's this really good user on there called Black Like Mao, which I think might be BRG.
That is BRG.
Could be wrong about. Yep. He also writes some really good He also writes some really good stuff
Yeah,
on
so
the
does
Yemen thing and all.
Esperanza.
Yep, Esperanza as well. She's fucking amazing.
Hey.
So yeah, check them out as well.
Yeah, no, what's Esperanza is a really good person to check out. They're on Instagram and shit like that. I think it's at Proletarian Feminist on Instagram. I can't remember for sure.
Yeah, it's proletarian feminism.
I thought it was at Proletarian Feminist, like their handle on Instagram. Not on about the ideology.
No. I'm pretty sure that's her name or close to it at least, or her username rather.
What's it? Esperanza. It's like written fucking good articles, and has been pretty on point throughout this like entire conflict, spitting it fucking hard and heavy. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the point of this stream is basically to highlight that you know that these things are connected. So the genocide happening in Yemen can't be disconnected from the genocide happening in Palestine, because now they've become intertwined, that both struggles are together, and that hopefully we can see struggles spread to other countries, and then eventually they can unite and turn this all into one gigantic global class civil war around the world. Basically, we want a global civil war around the world in which we then overthrow the bourgeoisie.
A global united front.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, yeah. And so, like, it's highlighting the fact that there is this interconnectivity with these issues of struggle, and like it bled into also Palestine as well. Like the U.S. and the U.K.'s operations in Cyprus is like a direct, like there's a direct link to the conflict in Palestine, and it's also being utilized for the conflict in Yemen. But we have limited information on what they're actually doing, because the British are not reporting to their government of the Republic as to what's going on
And how even though the material conditions and the oppression that all of these nations and ethnic groups it may not be experiencing it in the same way, but it's still the same oppression. It's still solid colonialism. It's still white supremacy. It needs to be combated through building that solidarity, those relations, that that um um that global united front against fascism and imperialism and white supremacy. And not just that, but also to build solidarity with the Yemen and Palestinian diaspora and the global north, both in the US and in the UK and Europe as well.
Yeah. Well, what's it? It's so um uh, it's the end of this stream, but not the end of the discussion on Yemen. Hopefully I'll be able to keep up with this because I've been doing pretty bad at doing what I've been doing of late. So hopefully I can keep myself in the rhythm of things. And but my health is crumbling apart, so I can't give any guarantee of anything at the moment.
If you want, Car, I could help you out with it, with like planning out.
I'm just trying to close up the stream.
Right.
So, like, we'll see as things go on what needs to be talked about and, like, highlighted as much as we can. And hopefully, we can see, like, that solidarity with Yemen at Palestinian protests, which hopefully I'll be trying to get myself more involved in again. But as I say, my health has been getting worse, so I'm not able to do as much anymore or have as energy for as much stuff. Heck, I didn't have the energy for tonight. Like, I'd already planned it out. I kind of set myself a promise that I was afraid I couldn't keep, but I managed to soldier it out in the end. The rough end of my period, so like the fucking
Bit rough.
I'm just like stressed to oblivion, and then with the black mold exposure, it's causing me a lot of chronic fatigue. So I'm just not able to keep up with stuff. But we'll hopefully I'll be keeping up routine streams. I do want to talk about some shit that's been going on with misogyny in the mainstream media soon, but I won't give away too much on that. It's just gonna be like a short rant, if anything. By short rant, I mean it'll probably last about 2 hours, but nevertheless, it's the end of this stream. Adios, amigos. Red salute.
Pa'lante,
salute.
siempre pa'lante.
Red salute.
Al salam.
Red salute.
Red salute.
All revolution live in power.
Yeah.